Mm. Oh my god, this tea. I'm trying this new tea. It's the what do you call it? Throat coat. It is so sweet. It's unbelievable. Now, it's not because it's actually sweet. It's just that I'm so used to not having any kind of sugar that's like the licorice, marshmallowy, like root stuff just tastes like pure sugar to me. It's insane. We're going to wait a little bit. It's not as silky as I thought, but it is nice. Again, so sweet. Oh my god, I hope it doesn't give me a headache. I hope it doesn't actually have like a ton of sugar in it and I regret this tomorrow. That would be a huge pain in my butt. All right. We're working now. All right. With that being said, we're going to be getting into this Piers Morgan. Well, technically, it's a trigonometry video with Piers Morgan in it. I finished up the one that they had before this, which was, they titled it The Best Israel Conversation You've Ever Heard, which I actually did think was really good. I liked the perspective of the guy because he was like a soldier. He was a guy who was on the ground, seemed to know what he was talking about, had, clearly been looking into, the actual events on the ground and was not just listening to people. I did like his take, which is essentially like, look, this is a totally justified war. This is all, what anyone else would do if they were confronted with the same situation. But at this point, they can't achieve anything more than they have already. So they kind of have to, wrap it up, as it were. All right. Piers Morgan, I know, is a little bit more. I guess he's more anti-Israel, or at the very least, like he's not as gung ho about them continuing to do what they've been doing. I feel like he's kind of come to that conclusion as it's gone on. I think some of that does have to do with the idea that one statistic that I heard from that previous conversation, which was crazy. I don't know if it's true. It's probably definitely true, but I haven't looked into it and confirmed. But if we were like 97% of news outlets use the Hamas like numbers and reporting, and only like 2 or 3% use the IDFs, which is like bananas if that's true. And that would clearly, if that's the case, then even if you are like if you are a news junkie, that means you're getting one very specific talking point, one side, to the exclusion of all other things. And that's going to, shape how you view this conflict.
I'm afraid the cynic in me would suggest that Netanyahu has seen a poll boost from warfare. Do you think there's been any proportionality now in Israel's response?
Well,
1,200 people got killed.
What I'm asking you
over the 7th. We're now up to maybe as many as 100,000.
But Piers, with all respect, that's a terrible argument.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah, because way more Germans were killed at the end of World War II than British people were killed, and yet we bombed Germany into the ground.
70% of Gaza has been flattened.
Yes.
In what way would you not think that suggests a degree of indiscriminate bombing? Why doesn't Netanyahu want journalists in Gaza to verify all these stories? There's no other war zone where you've had a complete blanket ban.
In Ukraine, you can't go on the front line if you're a journalist. Front line. And all of Gaza is a front line.
Well,
it is.
It's not.
It is.
Of course it isn't.
Piers Morgan, welcome back to Trigonometry.
I said I'd never be back with you. Like Al Pacino and Godfather 3, you sucked me back in.
We sucked you back in. And look, there's a lot to talk about. We want to talk about Israel and Gaza in a second because it's important. You've been doing a lot of coverage, hosting a lot of discussions. You're one of the biggest platforms that is really giving that issue a lot of attention in the Western media. But first, there's something happening in the UK. I don't know if you feel this, as we're sitting here this might not go out for a week or so, so we might all be proven out to be wrong. But one after another, we are seeing protests in Britain, small at the moment, outside of migrant hotels. Often because one of the people in the...
Now, this is the stuff that they've been censoring with their new Online Safety Act stuff. That's the stuff that's been, you can't see it on social media, apparently.
Hotels has committed some kind of sexual abuse of a local child often. Yesterday, and this shocked me, there was a protest outside a hotel in Canary Wharf. For people who don't know what Canary Wharf is, the only people who live there,
work there.
right, basically bankers and foreign students,
and the Daily Mirror,
and right, and I'm not sure the Daily Mirror is outside a migrant hotel protesting. And Angela Rayner now, it's been, I think, leaked or revealed, said in a cabinet meeting, if we don't address people's concerns, we're going to have real problems. And I think a lot of people are thinking about what happened last summer. Are you concerned that the UK may be on its way to more riots this summer?
Yeah, I am. And look, I absolutely believe in people's right to protest if they protest without violence. So let's just put that on the table. But it does feel to me like this government's come in, they've had many years to think about what they would do about this particular issue, particularly the small boats coming over from France. Keir Starmer was big on, we're going to smash the gangs. Here we are a year later, no gangs have been smashed. The numbers of people coming in on the small boats has increased. And
this is funny because like I'm looking at this as a total outsider, right? I mean, like I've been hearing about this stuff, and obviously like the UK and the US have a, significantly long relationship. And therefore, there is some degree of like, well, like what happens in the US affects the UK. What happens in the UK, to a degree, affects the US, or at the very least, it can mirror it a bit. But it does seem like we're just kind of like dividing further and further. And unfortunately, the UK doesn't seem to be going in a great direction.
A lot of them have been put up when they get here.
But I do want to hear about
these rather nice hotels.
What is it like if you're living there?
Their costs being paid for at a time when many people in Britain are suffering from acute financial difficulties. That's obviously going to cause resentment. This whole issue of immigration. I look at what's happened with Trump in America. He campaigned very loudly, like Keir Starmer did with Smash the Gangs on, I'm going to shut the problem down at the southern border. Nearly 10, maybe 12 million people came on illegally in the 4 years of the Biden administration. Absolutely shocking numbers. Trump's got it down to, I think, 6,000 a month now. Almost like there's no one coming in.
Yeah.
So it can be done. I keep asking myself, what would Trump do about the small boats?
That was never. I mean, I know Biden and his administration said, like, no, man, look, we need these big, giant, huge, comprehensive immigration reform. We need all kinds of stuff to be able to do this. Clearly, that was never the case. Now, whether or not you want to ascribe motives to that, like, they wanted, illegal migrants coming in because they thought they could get them to vote for them, or they thought, you know what, hey, that makes the GDP number line go up, and that's good for, my political ambitions. I can say, hey, look at this, look at the GDP, it kept going up, blah, 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 blah. I have no idea. But yeah, I mean, the idea that it was like an actual legitimate, like tactical decision of like, nah, man, like we just don't have the resources. We can't do it. It's very difficult. I mean, yeah, like the US is a way bigger country. There's, a direct land route across, from the places where, all these people are coming from, as opposed to the UK, which is like, it's an island. Okay, there's a natural significant barrier to entry. So, I mean, the idea that they don't have the, technical, tactical, logistical capabilities to, close their borders if they want to close their borders and keep people out if they want to keep people out is just, it's absurd. It's just not the case.
Macron, okay, 1,000% tariffs on all French imports until you stop this, because it can only stop at the French end. Once they're at sea, as we can see, it's incredibly difficult to stop it. So there's a lot of resentment's been building up about this. Because
it might be messy, but I don't think it's difficult.
A lot of them are suffering acute financial difficulty, and they're seeing what they perceive to be, for better or worse, people coming in illegally into the country, being put up in asylum hotels, whatever you want to call them, migrant hotels, being treated very well, having a lifestyle that may be significantly better, actually, than a lot of English people.
This is what a lot of people in the US were voting for too. I mean, you heard this from a lot of people that were like lifelong Democrats that were like in Chicago, in New York, and these types of things that were going like, what are you talking about? Like these people who have never paid into the system at all are getting more benefits than me. I've lived here my entire life. I'm getting, $300 in benefits. They're getting $600 in benefits. And it's like, yeah, like you turned off an entire generation of people that were like 100% going to vote for you almost no matter what. I'm not saying they voted for Trump because they probably didn't, but they didn't vote for Kamala. They didn't vote for Democrats.
Who are here completely legally because they're citizens. It's going to cause resentment. And, you know, this, I think we're way beyond the stage where if you raise concerns about this, you should be worried about being called a racist. It's nothing to do with that. It's just everything to do with managing a border. You know, Ronald Reagan, as he once said, if you don't have a secure border, you don't have a country. And we don't have one. And then you add the ridiculously huge number of people we've allowed to come in legally, you know, escalating to nearly 1 million people a couple of years ago in 1 year, net migration, to a country which is already seeing incredible infrastructure problems with the NHS, with education, and so on.
And you're burdening me.
It's not surprising that people are getting angry. The question is, what do we do about that? How do you stop rioting? How do you stop protests getting out of hand? And the answer is the government has to get a grip of this problem. Yeah, they have to secure our border, and they have to have a better immigration system, which means we get people coming in a more regulated manner, and we're not putting enormous extra pressure onto our public services, which they cannot currently sustain.
And I think you make a good point about the economic realities, which is the economy is basically stagnated since the financial crisis on a per capita basis. Things are not getting better for people. But I think we're beyond that now, Piers, because my sense of it is it's not just the sense of, you know, the government's giving people who have come here legally a better deal than us. They're getting paid for that. That's obviously frustrating. There's also a safety issue now that's rising increasingly. People feel that their children are not safe in their own community. And when that happens, we saw at one of these protests a woman who was holding up a sign saying, "I'm not far right, I just care about my children," or something along those lines.
Ooh.
And that's...
Come on, man. That's your sign? How close do they have to get to read this sign? If you're going to make a sign, it's got to be like, it's got to be big letters. Come on, man. You know how to make a sign. You can tell this person, I'm assuming, has never gone to a protest before. You know, they need to take some lessons from the professional people that we've got doing our stuff. All right, using cardboard, just, you know, off like a Amazon box or something. Come on, you can step that up. You know what to do.
Why I'm really concerned about the direction of travel, because I don't think it's people who care about illegal immigration anymore who are protesting. It's the ordinary person.
Yeah, well, certainly, look, crime has been
the same thing nowadays.
A massive rising problem in Britain now for a number of years. London feels increasingly lawless. The number of friends of mine who've known people who've been sitting in cafes. Literally, a friend of mine, her sister was in a cafe back from Dubai for 3 hours, sitting in a cafe in central London, and one of these bike thieves just rampaged through, got off the bike, ran in, grabbed her phone off her in the cafe, and took it off, right? Now, anyone who tried to report a phone theft to the police knows nothing happens. Even when you have the tracker on it, and you can tell them exactly where your phone is, the police do not have the resource or the inclination to go and do anything about that. It reminds me of when Rudy Giuliani became mayor of New York. We went a bit bonkers. But he had the broken windows policy, which was a very good policy. It means if there's a broken window, you fix it because you send a message, we care about the little stuff when it comes to crime. I think we've lost that in many parts.
And I mean, a lot of that is just legitimately like, it's a personality difference. Like, you get into this sort of like the moral philosophy, moral psychology, Jonathan Haidt stuff, which is like the person who is personality typed liberal, left, progressive doesn't care about these types of things. Like, and I don't mean doesn't care about it and like they've chosen to do, I mean like it just doesn't intellectually bother them. If you were to give them a quiz, they're like, "Do you think we should be doing this?" They're like, "No, I don't care. I don't care about that. I want, you know, these two things. I want like, you know, like freedom. I want like openness. I want that type of stuff." Right? It's only a person who is personality typed, you know, conservative, right leaning, whatever you want to call it, that is going to be looking at these things that are like, you know, broken windows. Like, let me look at the like aesthetic beauty of a thing. Let me look at, you know, like cleanliness, these types of things. These are things that bug conservatives where they don't bug liberals. It's just a thing. So unless you get somebody who, in charge of the government, who's going to be able to be making these policies, who actually gives a crap about these things, then you're probably not going to get these differences. And the thing is that, the conservative mindset is, again, it's conservative. It's there to conserve, to keep the sort of status quo. It's to, keep civilization the way that it is. It's to preserve the functions that, have taken an enormous amount of time and effort to build. Okay. And if that means stagnating, if that means, going down the same rut that's been, running the road 100,000 times, even if there's a quicker way over here, well, you know what? We're going to keep going down this rut because we know that that's worked in the past. So we're going to keep doing that. And unfortunately, what happens in most urban areas is they get, it's just the way that it goes. They're always run majority of the time by liberal people. And they just don't, personality wise, it just doesn't matter to them intellectually. If, your windows are broken, if people are, hopping turnstiles or something like that, it's just it's a noose, it's whatever. They don't care. Unfortunately, that also means that, the societal fabric, the thing that is there, holding civilization up, starts to wear thin and degrade. And you get, things dropping through it, like law and order, people going, oh, theft is legal now. And you can't, it's much more difficult to get it back once it's gone.
Parts of the country, and in particular in London, it just feels dangerous. I walk around a lot of other cities. I was in Riyadh, I was in Qatar, I was in Dubai, I've been in even New York. I would say that it feels more to me unsafe than it does even in New York City.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, New York City is the only exception there. Every other place that he mentioned is, massively authoritarian police state, basically. So, yeah, they don't, and again, generally speaking, massively, hilariously conservative government. I can't say I would agree and want to live in any of those places, but certainly if you're looking for, safety, yeah, they're going to be more safe. Unless you, step out of line in some specific way, in which case, not very safe for you.
I don't know how that's happened, but we have to get a grip of this. And Keir Starmer talks a big game about crime, talks a big game about the gangs.
Wasn't Boris Johnson mayor of London? And Boris Johnson is conservative. I think he was mayor of London at one point. So kind of like the Rudy Giuliani. And again, London was for a good long while super safe as far as the city goes. It was really a pretty safe city, sort of like New York City after Rudy Giuliani for a good long while. And even now, it still kind of has that. It's still safer than a lot of other major metropolitan areas, even though it's going way downhill.
But, we're seeing pictures of these boats where maybe 30, 40 people are on board. And the bleeding heart liberals, the sort of woke left, will say, well, they're all mothers and children. And you look at the pictures, and actually 98% tend to be men aged between about 18 and 35 who are clearly coming here in the main as economic migrants. Now, I have nothing wrong with economic migrants, but you should come in legally. When I go to America, where I have a home, I had to go through a process of getting a visa to live and work in America. It's hard. They make it deliberately difficult, right? So I resent the fact that under Biden, 10 million people just wandered in illegally over the border without doing any of that.
10 million.
We should have a tougher system here. But yeah, no, I think it is a number of things that are concerning people. One is they think like the asylum seekers, migrants, and I think most of them are economic migrants, I have to be honest. I don't think many of them now are asylum seekers. Some are, and this country was built on a very proud policy of taking care of genuine asylum seekers, particularly in my view in the last 30 years from war zones where we may have started illegal wars, like Iraq, for example, which I oppose as editor of the Mirror. So I'm completely in favor of a well-regulated asylum system, but it's so snail-paced slow, right? If you want to have an asylum system which the public will accept and respect, you've got to speed all this up. You can't just leave people in very nice hotels for months, maybe years on end without processing their application.
Okay.
When you've got so many people who can barely afford to feed their kids, it's obviously going to create resentment. And then if some of them then commit crimes, then you have the element that you're talking about, which is people then start to feel like their kids aren't safe if they live near these hotels. And some of that may be unfair. Some of it is known before from the Stockport riots. A lot of misinformation swirling around. This is an illegal immigrant coming over on a boat. None of that was true. But the damage was done in a flash. That's a separate issue about social media promoting that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, they've got to get a grip.
Again, I'm like, the misinformation stuff, disinformation stuff, generally speaking, I think they only, like he said, oh man, damage was done in a flash. Well, if the damage can only be done that quickly, people's minds can only be changed that quickly if there's a palpable sense that that feels true. Even if it's not, even if, in this specific instance, the thing is not true. If there is an overwhelming idea that it's like, yeah, that sounds like it could be true, even if you don't look into it specifically, you're like, okay, that passes the smell test. I totally believe that. That's probably because there is, a pervasive social air of, yeah, like that is happening. Even if, this one specific instance is not the case, it doesn't matter because, that's a microcosm. It's representative of this other thing that we're all feeling in the back of our head. And humans are pretty good at that. Humans are pretty good at actually being able to tell, is this area dangerous? Is this area not? Like, is there, there are cues that we pick up on unconsciously, and, we're processing that, and we're pretty good at it. So, such that, when you then are presented with an example of it, you go, yeah, and you latch onto it, even if it's not true.
For this, you can't talk about, we're going to smash the gangs, and then actually see the numbers rise.
Well, this speaks to another point, Piers, which I think is another thing that has been fanning these flames. And we did see, in my opinion, a lot of this last year, where there is the perception, at the very least, of the fact that a lot of these things are not being properly policed. They're being policed in very dodgy ways. So we saw in Epping most recently, the police have now admitted that they escorted people who were counter-protesters, some of them masked, to this protest, which then, of course, became violent. And then, of course, who did they arrest? The people who were there protesting originally. So I think there's another risk here.
By the way, the third element of this, which we're not mentioning, but needs to be recorded, is what does this do with the far right? The genuine...
How do we I mean, I know this is completely, totally, absolutely, utterly not relevant, but what is it with this shirt? Come on, man. Pull it down a little bit. Your titties are popping out.
Far right.
No, you enable them, obviously.
It's going to not only enable them, it will encourage them, and it will probably encourage support for them.
I'm just like zeroing in on it. I can't see it.
Absolutely lapping all this up, this kind of chaos, because it plays right into his narrative that the country is being overtaken, in his view, by Muslims, and must do something about this, and by asylum seekers and by illegal immigrants. And I don't like that part of this story either, where people like him get increasing support because people feel that the authorities, the government, the police, and others who are charged by the electorate with sorting these things out, in the case of the politicians, and with the police, they're paid to do a job to protect us, are failing in their job.
What's your issue with Tommy Robinson, Piers? Because obviously he's not well liked in the media ecosystem of London, and he's a controversial figure. For he's been involved in street violence and lots of other things. But a lot of people are now saying, and I don't hesitate to say this anymore, a lot of people are now saying he's been proven right about a hell of a lot of things, Piers.
Well, he's certainly not been proven wrong about the grooming gangs. I mean, he was one of the more vocal people about that. There's no question.
I think he was the most
He's
vocal.
not, as he puts it, the only one that was doing it. There was a very courageous journalist at the Times who recently died, sadly, who led the way with the mainstream media. So it's not true the mainstream media ignored that story, but there was a collective failure of government, of police, and a lot of the media to actually properly go after that scandal. One of the worst scandals of modern times. So that is clear. And Robinson was right about that. I'm not saying he's wrong about everything, but this guy is not the little Mother Teresa walking around in bother boots that he'd like everyone in America to believe. And so many of them have fallen for this mythology about Tommy Robinson. A, his name isn't Tommy Robinson. Probably should send the first alarm bell. B, he's a convicted football hooligan, convicted fraudster. He's been in jail recently, not because he was being...
I mean, this might just be me as a Yank, but convicted football hooligan does not really strike terror into my heart. Okay? Like that's not really a condemnation that even warrants the mention. It's so ridiculous. Like, oh yeah, man, this guy was like out there just crushing beers and turning over cars when the Colts won the series or something. I'm just like, okay, yeah, got a little wild one time. I'm assuming football hooligan in the UK means something very different. Like there's some horrific thing there, but it's just like, okay, if that's the case, like call it that, because football hooligan sounds like, oh, okay, this guy got a little bit rowdy when his team won a game and had a couple beers in him.
Being silenced
ridiculous.
from telling the truth about anything, but because he continued to promote and propagate lies about a young Syrian boy, right? And so I watch the way he gets lauded in America and I think, well, this is ridiculous. I've challenged him to come on Uncensored again. We had a fiery debate on Good Morning Britain many years ago in which he came on and waved the Quran, which I thought was pathetic, and told him so to his face. So far, he's ducked me. And I think it's because he knows I see through a lot of it. And if he wants to come on and he wants to have a proper sit down with me, and we can get into exactly why he's just been in prison, because it's got nothing to do with what he says he's been a victim of, which is the establishment trying to silence him. No, you lied. You got caught lying. You were told if you lied again, you go to prison for contempt of court. You lied again. You made a film. You promoted it. You came over and promoted it. And you therefore were found guilty of contempt of court, my sunshine. So that's what actually
Come on,
happened.
Constantine, you're
I
smiling.
can see you trying to wind them up to come on your show.
Yeah.
If Tommy Robinson has the guts,
See.
Stephen Yaxley, as I prefer to call him, because that was the name he actually was given when he was born, then, okay,
Well-
let's sit opposite each other, Tommy, me and you. Oh, you're not Tommy, but Tommy, me and you, and we can have a proper frank debate, because I would actually be quite happy to say to him, on this I think you're right, on that you're right, and on this you're wholly wrong. And I do think that a lot of his view of the Muslim population in this country is driven by genuine Islamophobia. I think he hates Muslims. If he wants to come on and persuade me he doesn't, absolutely no problem. But I'll remind him of all the things he's said and done.
He's coming on the show shortly.
On yours?
Yes.
You little
Oh!
so that's about interview number 6.
Oh,
Tommy
God.
Robinson,
Hilarious.
since you said, yeah, let's do it, Piers. Yeah, I waited in 97. And they said things can only get better. And they did, right? I mean, for the first term, it was incredibly successful. Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, and a very competent cabinet, actually, really did hit the ground running. They had many years in the wilderness to prepare for it, and they had many plans, and they hit the ground running. Bang, 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 bang. Things got better. That's why Tony Blair got re-elected 2 more times.
Okay. This is the thing with the Tony Blair. I mean, obviously everybody loves Tony Blair. Everybody just looks back on him and goes, man, Tony Blair, what a great guy. I'm being facetious. It's sort of a similar thing with like Bill Clinton. We remember the Bill Clinton and Tony Blair years as being like really good, and we ascribe a lot of that to their being in leadership positions. But that's not necessarily actually the case. Like a lot of the stuff that people look at and go, oh man, like everything was just so much better. And it's like, what was actually better? The economics were pretty good. The economics were pretty good. Now, why were the economics pretty good? Was it because of Clinton Blair policies? Or was it just the fact that, there was the web, .com boom, we had a lot of these new tech things coming up that essentially would have buoyed any economy, because there's a new gold rush. There's a new fantastic, incredible gold rush that everybody can get in on. Everybody can get, jobs out of it. And you therefore had this huge giant boom in people's wealth and prosperity going up through really kind of almost no, the Clinton Blair people had no input on it. They just so happened to be in the right place at the right time to benefit from this technological economic boom. And, they then go, oh man, we look back on it with that nostalgia of like things were so much better then. It must have been because of what they did. And it's like, well, I mean, like maybe some of the stuff they did was good, but the other side of it is, you can't necessarily separate these other things out because, maybe they don't happen because, if somebody else had been in, instead of Clinton, it had been Bush. Instead of Blair, it had been whoever he was running against. You can't necessarily for sure prove that that's not the case, but I do think you should be looking at this thing like, with a little bit of, a grain of salt and saying, Blair is not necessarily the reason things got better.
Keir Starmer got into power after, again, a long period in the wilderness for Labour, and rather than tell us things are going to get better, he actually said things are going to get worse. Now, I personally...
He was right.
You can't blame him for accuracy, but it was hardly the most encouraging message to give the people, which is, we know it's been really rough for a long time under the Tories, 14 years of hell, blah, blah, blah. So the good news is we're going to make it worse before it gets any better. Terrible messaging. Then you had all the things which I think smack of politics of envy, right? Putting VAT on private schools with the assumption that everyone that sends their kid to a private school is rich. I went to a prep school till I was 13, and then my parents only had enough money really at any time to send 2 of the 4 kids to private system, and the other times we had to do state system. So we all did both, right? So and what that showed me was that there are a lot of people like my parents who scrimped and say they work 7 days a week running a country pub and put all their spare money into giving their kids the best education that they could afford. And I applaud them for that. And I applaud all parents like that. This idea that everyone who sends their kids to a prep school or a public school is stinking rich is bullshit. And that creates...
Oh, yeah, that's true. I mean, that's true in America, too. Everyone who goes to, schools now is like, oh, man, they're all stinking. It's like, no. A lot of these people are, just absolutely shoveling every bit of money that they possibly can into, getting their kids into a charter school, getting their kids into a public, private school, because the public schools are terrible and dangerous. The idea that, the only people that are going into these private schools is rich is crazy. And I do think this is more of a US UK difference. I think the US people, generally speaking, understand that. I think in the UK, the idea of like the hoi polloi, hoity-toity people always being in the prep schools and these things is kind of, again, just a cultural stereotype.
It's the politics of envy, and it creates a lot of resentment. It also, as Greece discovered when they tried to do this, after about 6 months, they did a complete reversal because 2 things happened. One, a lot of the private schools shut down because they simply couldn't afford the extra burden of this taxation, and the parents are putting their kids out, and all the kids were then put into the state system, which swapped the state system. So on every level it failed. That will happen here. We're already seeing private schools shut down. We're already seeing some of the state schools getting swamped by people who no longer have their ability or funds to go to private school. So I hate that stuff. I also hate the U-turns and the constant pledges which never get met, right? To make so many U-turns in your first year, almost unprecedented with this government. What does that send? It sends a message of a ship where the captain isn't sure where he's sailing, right? So if you say, right, that's our course, right?
Yeah.
The leaders I most admire in history, here, America, wherever, they set their course, they thought about it, they set their course, they stick to their course, even through choppy waters. Maggie Thatcher was a good example of that. But with Keir Starmer, again, look, I like him personally. I think he's a smart guy. He's risen to the top of 2 incredible professions, both in Director of Public Prosecutions and Prime Minister. Amazing from where he came, such humble background to get what he's done. Amazing achievements. But I saw him at a party recently. I just said, you got to stop the U-turns. You got to work out what you're going to do, and you got to stick with it. And you can't be brushed off by media criticism or anything else, or by the hard left in your party holding you to ransom. And I said, and stop the pledges. They're up to about 13 pledges now, Labour, most of which are either so ridiculously easy that obviously they're going to be able to achieve them, or they're obviously not going to be able to achieve them in most cases. Does anyone think Labour are going to actually build 1.5 million new homes in this term? No. They don't believe that.
Right.
It's bullshit. And I called them out on Question Time when they first said it. Said to West Street, I'll bet you now, £1,000 to charity, or 10,000, whatever you want to do. I said, you're not going to achieve that, so why pledge it? So I think that when you have a government that
that's true. But I mean, it is like, you're kind of you're kind of doing U-turns here. You're kind of flip-flopping. Oh man, if they need to be totally practical and pragmatic and very honest and very serious and very down to earth, only say the things that you can do and do all that kind of stuff. Oh man, they were saying it's gonna get worse before it gets better. Well, yeah, they're being honest there. Okay, well, yeah, be honest about this other stuff, but not that stuff.
With a massive majority, and all they do in their first year is U-turns and make pledges we know they can't keep. That does not do anything but reduce confidence. And when you have reduced confidence, everything flows from that in a negative way.
I quite agree with you. And it's also, you look at the way that they've been dealing with the French, we give them over £500 million a year to sort this problem out. I don't see the French doing a great deal, if I'm being honest.
They're doing the square root of fuck all, right? Let's be clear.
That's cute.
This small boats problem can be fixed by the French. It can only be fixed by the French. There are all sorts of maritime laws, and once these boats get into the sea, it's incredibly difficult then, right? But at the French side, that's where they're getting on them. That's where the gangs are. So you've got to get tough with mackerel, way tougher than we're being. You got to say to him, I mean, again, what would Trump do? He would tariff the hell out of them until they sorted it, and they would sort it.
Yeah.
You've got to treat them like Brigitte trees.
Yeah, give them a good slap. There's something powerful about going back to first principles, especially when it comes to thinking about politics and liberty. The Federalist Papers do just that. They lay out the...
Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy.
What's been very interesting watching your journey, Piers, as we move on to talk about Israel, is when October the 7th...
Okay, so how much of this... Okay, so now they're going into the October 7th Israel stuff. I mean, that's the headline. We're what? 15% into it, I guess?
You were a defender of Israel's rights to defend itself and the war in Gaza. And your position has changed the longer the war has been conducted. Why is that?
Because I think what's going on now in Gaza is utterly unconscionable. I think it has nothing to do with the original war aims that they stated, which were to get the hostages back and to eliminate Hamas. Neither of those things have happened. Neither of those things are looking likely to happen. What is happening?
Eliminating it. I mean, yeah, that's kind of an issue. All right, what do you mean by eliminating? The guy they had on before this, whose name I cannot remember, was basically like, yeah, look, no, the entirety of their command structure has been completely decapitated. Like they've taken out basically everybody who was involved in the October 7th stuff and the planning and all of that kind of stuff. Everyone who's, like a higher up is gone. They're out there, kebabbed. So that's all good. But yeah, are you going to get rid of this entire, organization? Probably not, especially because, doing any of the operations that you need to do to take care of the people that you need to take care of are, because of the, the tactics of Hamas and these things, are going to engender, real serious, significant animosity amongst the public of, Gaza, which is a huge problem because that, that means that, you're never necessarily going to solve this problem and you're never going to be able to eliminate it unless you straight up do eliminate every single person who could ever possibly be afflicted by this. And that's just not going to happen. I don't think Israel is in any way, shape, or form going to engage on a campaign like that. And they shouldn't. I don't think they should, because it would just be horrible. But I don't think he's correct. I mean, he's kind of correct, but he's being a little bit small-minded here.
Completely destroyed. I mean, 70% has already been destroyed. Yeah. The population has been crammed into.
So he said this number twice now, 70%. I do wonder what the 70% is. Is it just land area? Because that's not necessarily a thing. That doesn't matter. We bombed 70%. It's all right, 70% of the Sahara Desert is just rubble now. And I'm like, okay, but the Sahara Desert is mostly empty. So if you just bombed 70% of it, I mean, that'd be a crap ton of bombs because the Sahara Desert's huge, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you've done an enormous amount of damage. Or is it just 70% of the buildings are blown up? So I don't know what he means by 70%. I need to look into that a little bit more.
Small areas now. And even as they queue for food on a daily basis, they're getting shot dead. And the IDF every time is 20, 30, 40 people queuing desperately for food. All they say is, A, we're giving them loads of food. So why are thousands of people stampeding for food if they're so overfed? And secondly, they say, well, we just fired warning shots. We had a couple of people threaten us. We've launched an inquiry. We're doing an investigation. It's a familiar pattern. I got all the answers to all of these incidents at the aid queues. And it was very damning when I read it out to one of the pro-Israeli guests I had. So I think that you should believe people when they say what their intent is. Smotrich in the Israeli government, incredibly far right, along with Ben-Gvir. And I think Netanyahu's gone this way too. He's been influenced by them in a very, very damaging way. I think that he said about 3 weeks ago that the plan was to cleanse Gaza of all Palestinians, right? That's clearly what they're trying to do now. That's a war crime. That's ethnic cleansing. So, yeah, I absolutely support Israel at the start of this with their, not just right, but their duty to defend Israelis from any further attacks by Hamas. Unquestionably, what happened on October the 7th, one of the worst things I've ever had to report on in my life as a journalist. But that does not give them the license now, where we are right now, to just continue slaughtering so many children in particular on a daily basis as they go after, I don't know how many Hamas are left. I mean, the American intelligence says for every one they're killing, there are 5 more coming through with the same ideology. How could it not be that?
It's not the same thing.
The scale of carnage in Gaza right now, how do they think Israel, the government, not the people, but how does the Israeli government think this is going to make anything safer for Israelis?
Yeah.
It's not. Is it going to make life safer for Jews around the world? It's not. It's going to make it more dangerous. Have they got the hostages out? No. Is there indiscriminate bombing that's going on day after day after day after day? Is that likely to end up with other hostages of the remaining hostages who are alive? And of course they should be released. But we're dealing with a terrorist group. But are they going to be more at risk from this relentless bombing that's going on or not? I would say they are. So I just put it all together and I can't defend this. And I've noticed we're having more and more trouble getting pro-Israeli voices on who are prepared to actually unreservedly defend this. There are some, but a lot of the ones that were very vocal to start with no longer want to do it. And I just wonder what the
they see the writing on the wall.
Thinks about what is happening in their name. Because if this was happening here, I can assure you that the British people would not put up with it. They just would not accept this being done in their name. It is unconscionable, the scale of what's going on there. They are destroying the whole of Gaza, and they want to displace every Palestinian into neighboring Arab countries. I mean, I don't know what you two think of that, but are you comfortable with them doing that?
Well, I'm not comfortable with...
I do wonder, I mean, this is the same setup they had for the guy previously, who I said is like, I think if anything, like more up to date and more informed than Piers is. And I think also has just a better handle on what's going on. It's the same setup, so I do wonder who they talk to before or after, because obviously, the way they release this is not necessarily the way they filmed it.
The scale of the casualties that are happening, I don't think anybody is comfortable with that, Piers. It's obviously awful. Yeah. I guess my question to you is, what should Israel do in this instance? Because you have Hamas, who are a terrorist organization, who are fundamentalist in their nature, who will not capitulate, who will not surrender, who are very happy and delighted, let's be honest, to put their own civilians and their own family members, in fact, in the way of fire. So you have an enemy that will not surrender at any point, who will always remain a direct threat to you. So what should Israel do in that instance?
Well, look at what they did with Hezbollah. A very similar ideology to Hamas. Right? What do they do with Hezbollah? They planned meticulously one of the most brilliant strategic military campaigns against a terror group ever seen, where for many years they formulated a plan to get pages into their hands and other devices which exploded at a signal. And they took out 3,000 of them. Right? Unbelievably surgical in its precision. Look at what they did with Iran. Right? They didn't just indiscriminately start bombing Tehran. They, again, had a very well planned out campaign, short, in Iran, against the nuclear scientists, against the nuclear program, against nuclear sites. They persuaded the Americans to come in. It was all over in 10 days. Everyone was presuming it would be like apocalyptic World War III. Never happened. So Israel has unbelievable resources, militarily, intelligence through Mossad and others. No one can tell me that any of this makes sense. And I'll go back further to the start of all this, 2005-6, when Hamas are given power in Gaza and Israel pulls out. From that moment on, Israel, through Netanyahu, funneled billions of dollars to Hamas, right? They used most of that money to build a very sophisticated underground tunnel system for 20 years. Then 3,000 of them on October the 7th pour over the border in 3 waves over a number of hours. They kill 1,200. They wound nearly 7,000. They kidnap over 250. How did Mossad not know any of this was going to happen? These are the people that can put 3,000 pages into Hezbollah hands. These are the people that can be so precise in Iran. So no one can tell me that this makes any sense.
So, Piers, what are you implying?
Yeah.
What I'm implying is, I think what you're seeing in Gaza is a rage-fueled revenge for October the 7th. And I think that's exactly what Hamas wanted Israel to do. I think they lured Israel's government, knowing there were a bunch of very far-right hotheads on that government, Ben-Gvir, Smotrich and others. I think they deliberately lured them into a trap, knowing that their own fighters could hide in the tunnels, quite happy, as you said, despicable terror group, to let the civilians get killed in the slaughter, which they knew would bring global opprobrium against Israel's government. But they lured them in with the scale of what they did. And Israel, to me, this Israeli government has fallen absolutely into a trap of responding in an over-emotional, rage-fueled manner, which has now led to indiscriminate, endless, ongoing carnage, which is making Israel more and more hated around the world. None of this, to me, makes any strategic sense in terms of how they could have responded to October the 7th and should have responded. Now, I don't have all the answers, right? I've had lots of other people who floated solutions and answers, but I do know that there's a lot of will on the part of countries like Saudi Arabia who want to do normalization of relations with the Abraham Accords with countries like Israel. But they can't do it when this is going on. This is putting back everything. And for what? What are they actually trying to achieve? And then it comes down to, are they actually trying to achieve the original aims they set out? I would argue, as I have done, that that's no longer a plausible argument. And I think we should take them at what they're saying. Smotrich has made it clear. He's a finance minister. He's not some insignificant member of the government. He's a leading driving force. He was on camera 3 weeks ago. We want to cleanse Gaza of all Palestinians. And if that happens, it will be one of the most grotesque war crimes of modern times. So the question for all of us is, what do we do about this? Right? Do you stay silent and watch this happen and literally watch Palestinians, 2 million of them, expelled from Gaza, never to come back? I mean, once you're gone, you're never coming back. And Israel to then take over that land? Is anybody happy with that? I'm not.
Piers, the reason I asked you what you were implying is I don't understand the point you're making when I've heard a lot of people say this, but I don't understand what you mean when you say, how come the Mossad didn't know?
How did they not know?
But what are you saying? I don't understand.
I'm just asking the question. The most sophisticated intelligence operation in the world.
Yeah. I'm just asking the question. Just asking the question if that, makes you think that obviously Israel was behind this in the first place. I'm just asking the question. I'm not implying that. I'm just asking the question. Come on, man. You know what you're doing.
I think that's, as we've seen from Iran and Hezbollah, clearly. But
those are proactive things.
Yeah. Okay, but actually, they're very pre-planned things.
Yeah, that's fair. No, I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
Well, I'm not saying anything. I'm just asking a question, right? I'm not saying that they knew anything.
Okay.
I'm actually saying that for some inexplicable reason, they missed this. And one of the reasons
it's not inexplicable. There's any kind of explanation.
This war,
it's just
in
my
opinion,
you're not happy about it.
The day of reckoning for him is coming when it's over. Not just for allowing this to happen on his watch, but also for him personally with the corruption charges he's facing in a criminal courtroom. So there is no incentive for Netanyahu to end this. If anything, his popularity with a lot of, there's a lot of right-wing Israelis. That his popularity has risen with sections of Israeli community because of the constant warfare. But that in itself is an extremely unhealthy drug, right? So I'm not saying for a moment, as some conspiracy theories do, or Mossad knew anything. I'm not saying that for a moment. But what a spectacular dropping of the ball right on their doorstep. And it's inexplicable. They have to explain.
It's not inexplicable. The funny thing here is, again, I mean, I don't know, maybe he doesn't know. And I mean, I'm not an expert on this, but again, the guy they had on before this, I would imagine potentially like right before this was essentially saying like, no. Like they did have some intelligence that was this, that things were being planned. They had, they had some, they had information on there. They just didn't put it together, and it was, they didn't put it together because some of their sources were, they didn't trust them as much, or they didn't do whatever, all kinds of stuff. It's the same thing with like the 9/11 stuff, where there was a lot of intelligence that something was going on, but nobody had a direct smoking gun for sure this was going to happen, and no one was, no one put the pieces together. That's not necessarily like, it's not evidence of a conspiracy. And he's kind of dancing around it. He has said like, no, I'm not saying they didn't know anything, but he just keeps coming back to it again and again and again. So I don't know
anything about the tunnel systems, or if they did, why they didn't realize what the plan was. There are literally people. It's a bit like when 9/11 happened.
And this is a thing. Again, the guy before this mentioned this as well, where it's like, you're talking about Hamas as if they are children, as if they are completely incompetent morons who had no possible capability. If Mossad wanted to know anything about them, they, can snap their fingers and they got it, because they're so much smarter. They're so much more technically sophisticated. They've got so much more, technology and resources and all this kind of stuff. And therefore, the only way that, Hamas could have succeeded in this is if Mossad wanted them to, if Israel wanted to, or if Israel, had some sort of plan, whatever, something like that. And it's like, well, no, dude, like, I know we like to vilify the other side, but usually, with most of these things, we're like, yeah, no, like the Germans had good generals, like that's why they won battles. It wasn't because, like it might have been the failings of people on the other side against them, but it also could have just been, you just got outclassed. Like you got beaten one time. All right.
People working at the Pentagon who had one job: to think the unthinkable about terror attacks. All they had to do, right? Was it that unthinkable that if you knew Hamas were building tunnels, they must have done. For 20 years, they were building hundreds of miles of tunnels. If you knew they were building tunnels, that nobody thought, well, I wonder what they're planning, and tried to find out, because that's what Mossad are supposed to do. So I simply asked the question, how did you not know?
No, I think it's a very important question, obviously, and I'm sure it will be asked in Israel when the war is over. And I think we just had Andrew Fox in here, who's a pro-Israel guy, saying this war should have ended a few months ago.
I think so he did have a sentiment.
I agree with you. I agree that there's a growing sentiment. But I also think that your point about 9/11 kind of makes the point that the intelligence operations, they only have to be wrong once, and then a great disaster happens, and we've seen them happen all over the place, and they do happen. So I don't think it's as unimaginable as you're saying. The other thing I wanted to ask you is, and it's just, we're exploring the arguments. Why you've used the phrase indiscriminate bombing repeatedly. Why do you say it's indiscriminate?
I'll give an example. Say they get information there's one Hamas terrorist. I saw Dave Smith use this analogy, so let me give him the credit for it. If somebody murdered one of your family, okay? Horrible hypothetical, but let's assume this has happened. And you get told that one of the people who was responsible is living in a tower block with 150 people in it. Do you think it's justified to go and blow up the whole tower block and kill 149 innocent people as you kill the one person who is responsible for the loss you suffered?
There's a calculation in the laws of war where there has got to be some proportionality. There's got to be some taken into account.
Do you think there's been any proportionality now in Israel's response?
Well,
1,200 people got killed.
What I'm asking you
over the 7th. We're now up to maybe as many as 100,000.
But Piers, with all respect, that's a terrible argument. Because,
is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
That's a terrible argument.
I don't think it is.
It is, because way more Germans were killed at the end of World War II than British people were killed, and yet we bombed Germany into the ground because we were defeating them, right? I think that is a terrible argument, but I'm trying to find out why you say it's indiscriminate. Indiscriminate means they don't care if they're just bombing a civilian building, they're just trying to flatten Gaza. Is that what you think is happening?
70% of Gaza has been flattened.
Yes.
In what way would you not think that suggests a degree of indiscriminate bombing?
The reason that people would challenge the idea of it being indiscriminate, for example, Andrew Fox, as I mentioned, who has a very nuanced view of this, as we found out, he was saying that when he was in Gaza, what he saw was that Hamas adapted their tactics as the war went on, and when they realized that the Israeli IDF was going house to house, they then did the evacuation themselves. They pulled the civilians out and then booby-trapped every single building. So the destruction of a lot of buildings is evidence of the fact that a lot of them are booby-trapped, and that's why they're being destroyed.
I'm sure some of them were.
He made the point that more bombs have been dropped on Gaza than the number of people who've been killed in Gaza, which kind of tells you that it's his argument, not indiscriminate. So that's the only reason I'm asking. And I'm genuinely just wondering.
That's fair. That's such a good point. Where he's literally, he said this, where he's like, okay, either Israel is the worst shot ever of all time, or they're being kind of careful.
5-6 times as many bombs have been dropped in totality than the total power of the 2 nuclear bombs dropped in Japan. I mean, you know, what is indiscriminate? To me, you can argue that indiscriminate means you don't care at all. I wouldn't go as far as that.
Okay.
But I would say that the way they have gone about targeting sometimes individual members of Hamas that they believe are in a cafe, and they just blow the whole cafe to pieces, that shows in my opinion, a reckless disregard for civilian life that is around that one person. And again, I come back to the Hezbollah thing. Why is it that they can target Hezbollah and dismantle Hezbollah in such a brilliantly sophisticated surgical strike manner, which does not involve destroying Lebanon or wiping out 100,000 Lebanese people, you know, killing 20,000 Lebanese children? Why is it they're capable of that there, but they're completely incapable of any other war strategy here, when most people believe
they're not at war, right? They're not at war. It's a different scenario. That's why a lot of people were like really outraged at their attacks against Hezbollah, because they were not, actively in a, wartime scenario. It was a terrorist organization. They took people out, but yeah, like they were not in, immediate fighting with them.
If you know Hamas, that this was all part of Hamas's plan, that they knew when they did what they did, this is what would happen.
Being sleep deprived messes with everything. Reaction time, memory, decision making, even your emotions.
It does.
Because the argument would
keep
be,
a good schedule.
By the way,
yeah. I mean, look, hey, if someone wants to sponsor me for, doing sleep studies and sleep aids and that kind of stuff, go nuts. I'll take it. But to be honest, the thing that will actually help you out in terms of being sleep deprived, just set a time to wake up. Set a time to wake up, stick with it for a week. Don't have any kind of carbs or sugar or anything like that within the first hour. Break your fast with, eggs and bacon, nothing else. You can have coffee if you want, but you can have cream, heavy cream, no milk, no sugar. You'll be good to go. And within a week, you'll be, on a very solid sleep schedule, and you'll be tired when you want to go to bed. It'll work great for you. Have some melatonin. If you're in America, it's super cheap.
Family who come from Lebanon is that Hezbollah are concentrated in one particular part of Lebanon. They're not concentrated.
Well, Israel didn't blow it up.
But if you look at Gaza, it's very, very densely populated, and Hamas are physically embedded within that.
Sure.
They have consciously embedded themselves, as we all know, within the civilians.
Sure.
So it's almost impossible to be able to target them.
But if Hamas is showing such a spectacular disregard for its own civilian life, then I would argue that you should always, if you're in Israel's position as the...
it's not a bad idea, to be honest, to be like, hey, look, okay, we're good. Israel says, hey, look, we're done. We've accomplished what we wanted to do. we're going to go out of this. We're going to be this kind of thing. And then, they can do a plan of, something along those lines of being super insanely surgical and, getting intelligence, super duper ramped up, really good, really great job at it. That's probably not a bad move. And to be honest, I think that is where people that are like, just looking at this from a purely practical standpoint, even if they are like super pro-Israel or something like that, they're like, yeah, look, okay, the best thing for Israel to do is to be like, nah, we're finished, we're done. We're kind of losing the optics war. That's, there's nothing we can do about that, unfortunately. Every news organization is, reporting on this from, one side. It's not our side. So, we kind of just have to cut our losses. And then, we can kind of plan years in advance and do all that kind of stuff. That's probably their best option.
Need democracy in the region. And you've got the biggest military in the region, it's even more incumbent on you not to be as reckless with civilian life as the people that you're going after, right? And no one can say to me that this has been a successful strategy. It's made Israel more and more hated. Right, this is indisputable. It's not true. I don't hate Israel, and I certainly don't hate Israeli people, and I certainly don't hate Jewish people. One of the problems with this whole debate is that every time you criticize the Israeli government, which is probably the most far-right government in totality in Israel's history, by the way, is that somehow that makes you anti-Semitic.
Yeah, people really need to stop doing that.
It's ridiculous.
It's really counterproductive and very unwise.
It really is, and actually it's completely self-defeating because no one now believes it anyway. So I just think you've got to have grown-up discussions about this. And like I say, as you know, right, for a long time, I was getting attacked by the pro-Palestinian side for supporting Israel's right to defend itself. I make no apology for that. And I've been attacked by extremists on both sides relentlessly. But I can't be both things that they say. I can't be a Zionist, genocidal supporting monster and at the same time be an anti-Semitic Jew hater.
Welcome to the internet, Piers. But yeah, look. We're in agreement over that. And look, one of the things that I find really interesting is you using the term far right to describe the Israeli government. Why do you use that term?
Because even people that I think are pretty right-wing who come on my show now distance themselves from Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. They're too right-wing even for the right-wingers who come on who I think
I mean, again, I'm like, this is the right-wing stuff where you're just like, okay, what the hell does right-wing mean at this point? Like, I don't know, man. I think you're just, I do think those people are kind of like despicable, but I don't know if they're despicable because they're right wing or they're right wing because they're despicable. I don't even know if they're right wing in the way that we like generally conceptualize it. Like if you were to ask a normie what right wing means, are they going to be pointing, are they going to describe something that those people like embody? I don't know. I don't think so.
Right wing. I mean, that's the honest truth. And when that happens, there are very few Israelis now who will say they support Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. What they try and do, they try and diminish their involvement.
Yeah,
they say they're not part of the war cabinet. It's meaningless. They're senior members of this government. The only reason Netanyahu is prime minister this time round, the only way he got power back was to get into bed with people that ideologically and politically he had never been in bed with before. Real hard right extremist headbangers.
Doesn't mean that he's that's true, but that doesn't mean that he's taking them, It doesn't mean that he's like, doing what they say now. It means that like, okay, he kind of has to keep them just happy enough so that if there's a runoff election or something like that, I don't know exactly how the Israeli government works. I don't know if it's like sort of the UK thing where you have the parliamentary blah, 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 blah. I'm not totally sure about that. But you would essentially only have to keep them happy enough so that you could be kind of sort of relied on their votes if there is a new election. So you don't actually really have to do anything for them.
there is that even if it's true what people say, and I think it is true that they're not involved in the day-to-day decision-making of how the war goes. The problem is if Netanyahu doesn't get rid of them, that shows a tacit.
It does. It's optics. Bad optics.
And it's very worrying, even for people who are very pro-Israel.
Of course, listen, most Israelis now distance themselves from that, but these two senior members of the cabinet, it would be like saying if we were at war, it would be like saying, well, we can't listen to what, the Chancellor Rachel Reeves says because she's only the Chancellor. She's not in the war cabinet. It's nonsense.
Yeah. It's interesting because, as you know, I'm someone who's always been... Look, I've never even described myself as pro-Israel because I'm not pro-Israel. I just generally think, you said earlier, we in Britain wouldn't tolerate this. I don't know about that, Piers. I wonder if we'd been attacked the way Israel attacked, what would you be going on TV and saying? Would you be calling for us to bomb the shit out of whoever did it? Well, I think so.
Let's go. Well, let's go back to...
And I might be too.
Well, hang on. Let's go back to the illegal invasion of Iraq.
That's different. We were not attacked.
Oh, hang on. Our allies were. And our main ally, America.
Not by Iraq.
Well, no, that's the point. So I was editor of the Daily Mirror at the time. I led the media campaign in this country against the Iraq war. I did not think they had produced the evidence of weapons of mass destruction. I did not think Saddam Hussein was responsible for 9/11. It was obviously Al-Qaeda, which had originated from bin Laden in Saudi and so on. So I wasn't buying any of it. And turned out I was completely right. I'm not trying to win awards for since I'm just
pat yourself on the back.
We were against the war
before during and that I campaigned very hard against it, even though my own brother was fighting in the war for the British Army, right? So complicated for my family, to put it mildly. And I felt very aggrieved for my brother that ultimately the reasons he thought he was fighting it turned out to be just bullshit. But the reason I think there are parallels there is you have the British people marched through central London, right out here, 1.7 million of them. The reason I know that number is because many of them are carrying Daily Mirror no war placards, okay? It was the biggest peacetime march ever against this war, and the British government went against it, and Tony Blair's legacy never recovered from that decision. But we did that because the people here recognised, I think in large numbers, that the government was not being honest with them about why we were doing this on behalf of America. And we ended up attacking and invading a sovereign democratic country not democratic. A sovereign country, not democratic. A sovereign Middle Eastern country. And the repercussions reverberated ever since, with the ISIS and everything else that followed. So I think that you say the British people wouldn't.
But I'm saying something completely different.
Well,
let me paint a picture, and then you tell me. Okay, fine.
IRA.
No, not IRA. Let's say there is.
Why not the IRA?
Because it's different.
Why?
Because the IRA were not invading in their thousands and
they were indiscriminately killing civilians.
Yes, they were. But
we didn't go and bomb Armagh, did we?
Terrorists.
We didn't.
No, I agree with you. I think a terrorist attack where a pub gets blown up and lots of people tragically get killed is very different to what happened in Israel on October the 7th. And the point I'm trying to make to you is if bands of foreign terrorists from an identifiable nearby location had invaded our country, killed over 1,000 people, wounded over 7,000, had dragged off women and grandparents and babies and held them in cages, over the border, would you not be demanding that Keir Starmer or whoever is the Prime Minister at that time do everything possible to get those people back, to destroy the people who did this? Wouldn't you?
Sure. And then when, 2 years later, nearly, they hadn't got the hostages back, they had killed up to 100,000 people, including 2/3 of those at least being civilians, 20,000 plus children, and we had destroyed 70% of the country where these terrorists came from, right? What do you think the British people would have responded with?
I don't know.
Remember, we attacked Afghanistan. We know how the British people responded. They didn't like it. They didn't like Iraq, right?
Again, yeah, that's true. But the actual comparison here is, how did the U.S. feel about it? The U.S. invaded Afghanistan and, blew the crap out of everything there. How did the U.S. feel about it after being attacked in 9/11? As an American, not that didn't really care. We were kind of okay with it. In general. The Iraq thing is a little bit different because it's, a little bit, but there was not non-stop freakouts about it. People were like, this isn't good. We don't want to be doing this. it's going to be a mistake. It's draining our resources. We don't want to be involved in it. We don't want to be paying for it. We don't want to do these types of things. But in terms of like, oh, we're doing this because we really care about the citizens of this foreign country. No, that was not happening.
Not respond.
Sorry, but it wasn't.
Americans liked Afghanistan. They did.
Not so much anymore.
Of course, 20 years later.
Right.
My point is, when you are in that situation,
you can whip your people into thinking anything.
Well, I don't think Afghanistan people. I don't necessarily think it was the right. It was done in the right way. I'm just saying, when you are attacked in the way that America was attacked on 9/11,
it's a perfectly reasonable question. I think
we would have been okay with it.
I don't think 2 years later the British public would be remotely happy with what is happening. I really don't.
Well,
that's after the fact.
I do buy into the explanation that some Israelis have put to me that the country is still in trauma. And that when people are feeling traumatized,
that's
they
definitely
can
true.
often react in an irrational way to how they would normally. So
that's what I'm saying.
I do think what you're seeing is a massively over. How would you best categorize it? I don't want to offend people's sensibilities about the way I term this. I just think the reaction is massively disproportionate and it's fueled by rage and revenge. And I think that has played into the deliberate Hamas trap, this is what they wanted Israel to do.
It's counterproductive too.
I think ultimately,
and I mean that is the unfortunate part. Whereas the only way to actually like sort of get out of this and make this better is unfortunately to do the thing that is like non-human. It's just like, it's very weird and strange, and it doesn't feel right to be like, hey, this person, gave you a bloody nose, punched you in the face. The normal human reaction is to, beat the crap out of them back, and if you can, like beat them to death, you do. So it's like, it's weird and non-human to be like, okay, I'm going to hit you back. I'll hit you twice, because you hit me unprovoked out of nowhere. I'll hit you, 1, 2, 3 times, and then pull myself back out of this fugue state of, like rage and adrenaline and, righteous vengeance to then go, okay, now I'm going to stop. That's just, it's the best thing to do because it makes you look the best. And, you showed yourself to, you kind of, you got it out of your system, but it's difficult to do.
Support the right to do it, the right to continue doing it or not. No one can argue that it's worked.
Yeah.
So if it hasn't worked, at some point you have to stop. Otherwise, you just carry on just killing people and making your country more and more isolated and loathed. And I don't want that for the Israeli people.
Piers, would you describe this as being a genocide now?
Yeah, what I said on that is certainly a lot of people like Smodrich talk in genocidal language. Certainly an unbelievable number of innocent people have been killed as they've gone after Hamas. Is it a genocide? We can't be sure until the international media are allowed in to see what's actually happened, is my argument. I'm not prepared to declare something a genocide based on what I see on TikTok.
Yeah.
It is scandalous that the Israeli government continues to ban Western international journalists from going in. It's scandalous. It's unprecedented. We've never seen this. And what happened immediately after October the 7th? The Israeli government invited the world's media to the kibbutzes to see the mayhem.
But there is a slight difference because because when you invite people into the kibbutz, you're not putting journalists in physical danger.
They don't care about journalists' safety. They've already killed 250 plus Palestinian journalists in Gaza. There's no way anyone can argue to me that the Israeli government cares about the health and safety of journalists.
No, they don't care about the health and safety. They don't want to be blamed for them being killed. Ukraine doesn't allow journalists.
They don't care about being blamed for killing 250 Palestinian journalists. So
that's different. They're already there.
Well, it's fine, but there's no other war zone where you've had a complete blanket ban.
In Ukraine, you can't go on the front line if you're a journalist. Front line. And all of Gaza is a front line.
Well,
it is.
It's not.
It is.
Of course it isn't.
What do you mean?
All of Gaza is not a front line.
It's a tiny area.
Unless you pretend it's a front line.
Tell me more. Maybe I'm misinformed.
I'll tell you what. No, you're misinformed. But I think that all the war correspondents I've talked to say this is unprecedented, right? They all say that there's only one reason the Israeli government doesn't want journalists into Gaza. Because it doesn't want the world to see what it's been doing.
That's kind of, I mean...
There's one way to prove it wrong.
Are we not seeing it?
But the world is seeing what's happening in Gaza. isn't exactly the way that you said. Everyone's got a camera phone now.
They have, but that to me is not easily verified.
Every day, if you want to know what's happening in Gaza, there's no shortage of videos.
No, you can see what people are claiming is happening. You can't be sure about the veracity of this stuff.
Yeah.
But, so you need proper international journalists with great experience of war zones to go in and do their jobs. It will be the job of their own employers to decide about the risk assessment. They'll go with their own security teams, everything else. The idea the only journalists allowed in are pro-Israeli government journalists who go embedded with the IDF for a few hours and say, nothing to see here, Gov, is ridiculous. If you've nothing to hide, let them in. Let them do their job.
Do you not think that they are terrified of the idea that, you know, a member of CNN gets killed and then suddenly they've lost even more?
Rat's shit.
No, I don't think they care about the journalists necessarily. I think they care about the PR.
More journalists have been killed in
the PR
Gaza, more Palestinians than any other war in modern times.
I hear you, but those are Palestinian people who are already there. They're not going to be...
They're journalists.
Right. You're not hearing me. Just answer my... I'm not trying to argue with you for the sake of arguing. I'm genuinely interested in your perspective. Do you not think that what Israel really cares about is the potential PR disaster that happens, if a member of CNN or the Daily Mirror or whoever gets killed in an airstrike because they happen to be standing next to something, or, as is also, I think you'd agree, likely, Hamas orchestrates some kind of event where that journalist is killed, and that is a PR disaster for Israel, and that's why they don't want journalists.
No, I don't.
Why not?
I just don't think that's remotely...
Do you not think that's a rational explanation?
No, for the simple reason they've already killed 250 Palestinian journalists. They don't care about journalists. They just don't want journalists.
But that's not a PR disaster.
They don't want the journalists to see what they're doing. So the big question then becomes, why? Why doesn't Netanyahu want journalists in Gaza to verify all these stories of starving Palestinians stampeding for fragments of food and getting shot dead on a daily basis? 1,000 plus now, according to almost every official body, have been killed in these food lines, right? And the belief is it's the IDF killing them. Well, there's one way to verify this. Let the journalists go and investigate and do their job. I think we're going to uncover, in answer to your point, I think we're going to uncover a lot of war crimes at the end of this, which will be a stain that Israel, because of its government's actions, may find extremely hard to ever wash away. And I think that's a tragedy for Israel, who had everyone's support, not everyone's support, let me clarify that, who had broad support internationally after October the 7th, with, you know, unfortunately a lot of I remember walking down Kensington High Street near the Israeli embassy a day after, and there were large numbers of people in the street, you know, cheering and all this.
Celebrating.
They were celebrating. It was sickening, right? So it brought out a lot of anti-Semitism, which was disgusting. It made Jewish people's lives less safe, which was disgusting. But I would argue now that the actions of the Israeli government, the longer this goes on, are having the same effect. I think they are leading to a rise in anti-Semitism, and they are leading to a rise in less safety for Jewish people around the world. So, again, I think they've played into Hamas's trap, and I think that's a great shame. And they should stop it. This war should just be stopped, and they should just politically end this. No one thinks Hamas can come back. I mean, no Palestinian guest I've had thinks Hamas will ever govern again in any way. So that's all been agreed by the Arab countries. So for God's sake, stop the killing, get everyone together, get Arab pressure now to help sort this. But this idea that Israel can simply kick every Palestinian out of Gaza and take it over, that should send a shudder down everyone's spine.
Well, I can't imagine the international community would allow that to happen, Piers.
It's not doing a lot to stop it.
So, so where we are now, there will be a lot of people who say, Piers, and maybe I got this wrong, but the last ceasefire was broken by Hamas, was it not?
According to Israel.
And the last offer of a ceasefire was not accepted by Hamas.
I don't really believe much that either Hamas or the Israeli government now say, if I'm honest. They all blame each other all the time for absolutely everything. The IDF says that every single atrocity that happens is Hamas's fault. Hamas say that everything that happens as bad is the IDF's fault. So again, there is a way to get through this. Let independent journalists come in and find out. That's the way that you get through the lies and the bullshit on both sides.
But what about the ceasefire, though? because people are trying to get a ceasefire together, and Hamas is not accepting it by the reports of those people.
Says the Israeli government.
No, it says the American.
Well, there was a report recently that Smodrich a year ago, made it clear to Netanyahu if he did the ceasefire deal then that was on the table, which is a big significant one with a view to ending the war, then he would resign and bring down the government. So they didn't do it. Now, that was well sourced. If that's what happened, it's disgraceful, right? These guys, Smodrich and Ben-Gvir, don't want this war over. They want to cleanse Gaza of the Palestinians.
Do you think Netanyahu wants it to be over?
No, I don't.
Have you tried to invite him on your show?
Yeah, I interviewed him a few months before October the 7th when he came to London. And it was when he was taking on the Supreme Court and trying to reduce their power in Israel. And there were mass protests from Israeli people then. He was very unpopular. And I did about a 30, 40-minute interview with him. One of his ministers resigned while we were doing it. So he was in big political trouble. And I'm afraid the cynic in me would suggest that Netanyahu has seen a poll boost from warfare, whether it's against Hezbollah, against Iran, whether it's been against Hamas.
I don't know about that.
I think he's become a war-mongering prime minister who thinks that there's no real upside to him in ending this anytime soon, because when he does...
Aren't there like tons of protests? Didn't he mention there being like tons and tons of protests against the war and that kind of stuff? And Netanyahu and all that jazz?
He will be held accountable for October the 7th, and he will end up in a criminal court for corruption. None of that is good if it's Benjamin Netanyahu. There's no obvious incentive to end this war.
There is going to be war fatigue. There is going to be a time when the Israeli people go no more.
There's no actual sign of that. And that's what's really baffling and concerning to me. And I do wonder about, said this on my show last night, what media do they watch in Israel? Because Israelis I meet here are pretty horrified by what's happening. And even the ones who were very supportive to start with have moved. Right? I don't really meet many Israelis outside of Israel. I'm going to New York end of this week. It'll be interesting there. Obviously, there are more Jews in New York than any other place than Tel Aviv, right? It'd be interesting there what the feeling is on the streets there. But again, I'm hearing from Jewish friends in New York. They don't like this. They just don't see an end to it or what the point of all this is anymore.
That's really the issue. Is it's becoming quite difficult to see what the point is at this point. And
unless it is what Smodrich says it is.
Or unless it's what you say about the leadership, which is them wanting to prolong this as far as possible. Particularly, see, the argument always was that Iran is behind all of this, and until Iran's dealt with, then this is all going to go on. Well, Iran, as much as possible, has been dealt with. So it just doesn't feel particularly productive to keep going. And it was very eye-opening for us having Andrew Fox in your chair, who's otherwise very pro-Israel, saying this should have ended a few months ago because they're not actually achieving their objectives. I mean, you've interviewed a lot of people and hosted a lot of debates on this, obviously. Have you heard a credible solution to all of this?
Only political, which is the way all these things get resolved in the end.
Such as?
Well, let me give an example. It's not an exact parallel, but in Northern Ireland for 7 decades, they had the Northern Irish Troubles. I had family do tours in Northern Ireland. The Loyalists were often just as bad as the IRA, right? And you had endless terrorism on both sides from extremists for a long period of time. And then in the 90s, you finally had new leadership. You had Bill Clinton in America take over as president. You had Tony Blair take over as president here, but actually John Major, to his credit, just before that.
There you go. I was going to say.
Too. You had Senator George Mitchell, who was brilliant at the same time. So a whole new set of fresh eyes look at this problem. And
I think John Major was more instrumental than Tony Blair.
Barrel their way somehow through to peace. And they ended up bringing in people like Martin McGuinness, former chief of staff of the IRA, to become credible politicians with Sinn Féin, who are now the #1 political party in the country, right? And they've got it, and they have relative peace here now in Northern Ireland, like they've never experienced in the whole time of the Troubles. So it can be done. And there you had, it's not massively dissimilar. You've got, not a massive land area, and you've got warring factions of similar people. People forget there's over 1 million Arab Israelis, right? So it can be done. I remember getting my first trip to Jerusalem to interview Netanyahu for CNN back in 2011-12. And I went with my Jewish producer. And he deliberately stopped me at a cafe en route from the airport to Jerusalem. And I looked around, I thought, it's a bit weird. I said, am I missing something? He said, what? He was laughing. I said, well, half the people here are Arabs and half Jewish. He went, yeah. I said, it isn't like 3 miles away, just like this would be completely unthinkable. He went, yeah. It was very like eye-opening. You haven't been. It was that eye-opening. It's like, wow. Okay, so why can't this get resolved? So I think it can get resolved, but never while Netanyahu is leading Israel. And never, you got to remember how far back it goes with him. I've been in his office when he pointed to a picture of his brother who died in the raid on Entebbe. He was a captain in the Israeli Special Forces. And he teared up looking at that, right? His dad was a massive hardliner. It's in his blood, it's in his family. They've all suffered a lot of loss, as did a lot of people in Northern Ireland. But I do think the parallel with Northern Ireland is that fresh eyes came in, fresh determination, fresh will. This only gets resolved when there's a two-state solution. And does anyone seriously think Netanyahu will ever allow that? No. Does anyone think...
There is no one who believes in a two-state solution anymore.
All right, but there were periods when nobody thought you'd ever get peace in Northern Ireland.
That's fair.
And I just think that it needs new leadership on the Palestinian side, new government in Israel, and you have to have a new collective will helped by other Arab countries, who I think many of them have been putting their fingers in their ears, head in the sand, hoping this all goes away. Right, that has to stop too.
Yeah.
You've got to have a different way of looking at this. But ultimately, as I say to all my Israeli guests, give me one good reason why a Palestinian should have less human rights than you. Just give me one. Give me one good reason why it's right that Israel, whether you want to call yourselves occupiers or not, had the ability the moment this war started to turn off the electricity supplies, the water supplies, the food supplies, because you do, in a way, occupy Gaza. You may not want to admit you do, but you do, because you have the levers of power over everything. And again, why is that right? Would we put up with that in England if the French had that power over us? Talking about your bringing it home here, something like that happened here. Would we accept that here? Would we accept another country?
Accept an open border, mate.
Well, we do, but we don't accept another country having the levers of power over basic essentials.
It's
like
more complicated than that.
Well,
I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
Give you an example.
Right.
So the Ukraine controls the supply of water to Crimea, to the Crimean Peninsula, which they cut off immediately when the war started, right? But I take your point. And I guess I'm just curious whether you've heard. See, the Northern Ireland example, I think, is a very apt one, and I really think you're right about the power of new leadership and a different perspective to approach things in a new way. And you saw that with Abraham Accords, by the way. Jared Kushner went around the Middle East, approached things from the ground up.
He did great,
and did a great job, right? But have you heard? Forget the historical analogies. Have you heard a proposal of how to deal with this current situation?
Well,
that you are persuaded by?
Juicy.
Well, I've heard a proposal that the Americans would lead the rebuilding of Gaza, that you would have a new Palestinian election at some point, but the Hamas would not be
just getting like
able to
insanely
just
like
right? So they're
screwed up
politically. So they can have no political power or governmental
They're not going to vote for Lib Dems, I imagine.
They're not, but the Palestinian people ultimately need to lead the Palestinian, led by Palestinians. We can all agree on that,
Yeah, of
right?
course.
So I think, we haven't even touched on what's happened on the West Bank with the extremist settlers just grabbing any land they can, which is disgusting. That again,
I've got good stuff here,
crimes,
though.
Right? So
that's really weird, because I've got good upload speed. I guess it's just, this is what I was worried about, is like my internet's just not necessarily
war
up to it,
crimes
but
on
it might
both
just
sides
be how I'm
here.
looking at it on the
And
monitors.
so ultimately,
I hope
how
it
do you
looks okay
resolve
for you.
this? Right, a
I'll
lot
have
of
to
the
look back
extremists
at
on
it.
both sides believe they have a God-given right to the land they're on. Right, so you're dealing with a fundamentalist view on both sides. I don't see any real ideological difference about if one side or the other sees this as their God-given land. Okay, so that's what you're dealing with. It makes it a much deeper problem than you could just solve in the normal kind of geographic, political, territorial manner, if you like. I think the Ukraine-Russia thing is a much easier thing to resolve ultimately than this, because it's not based on a holy war, which makes things, as we know, historically, immeasurably more complicated.
Yeah.
So, look, what's the answer? Ultimately, you need new Palestinian leadership that genuinely is determined to not allow the extremists like Hamas to rise again. Not easy. easier said than done.
Yep.
Particularly when you've just had Israel killing 70 to 100,000 people. That will cause a lot of rage, I'm sure, which I believe will come back and haunt them. I hope I'm wrong. You need the Arab leaders around, particularly in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Dubai and others, Egypt, Jordan. You need them all to get involved and to work out a way that you can create a two-state solution where the Israelis do not feel like their lives are constantly in peril, and where the Palestinians feel that they have the same human rights as their neighbors. And I don't think that's unachievable. But what it needs is really strong leadership. I mean, let's take the other parallel of Nelson Mandela when he came out of prison. He could have gone one of two ways, right? He could, 27 years living in a 6x6 cell, he could have come out and led the mother of all revenges, couldn't he? But he went the other way. He chose a much different route than the one that a lot of black South Africans wanted him to do. They wanted him to go and kill all the white oppressors. And he went, no, I'm not doing that. We're going to unify the country. Right? There's a spirit there which should be adopted too. You know, if Israel had played this differently from the start, I think things could have been extremely different, and their reputation around the world would have been extremely different now. I think they have massively, massively overreacted in such a shockingly disproportionate manner that is ongoing, that they're losing all their friends. They're losing all their support. You know, when even the American ambassador to Israel, who is about as pro-Israeli as you could possibly get, when even he is condemning them for criminal acts and attacking the Catholic Church there, where Pope Francis used to call every night, famously, and for attacking Christians and killing Americans. You know, when even that's happening, right, there's a wind of change here.
I think one of the things that look, I take your point, what you were saying, and the historical precedents and the example, that's fair enough. But also we need to acknowledge as well the Islamic fundamentalism that lies at the heart of all of this. That is a cancer that is going to be very, very difficult to get rid of. Particularly the more this war goes on, the more people become radicalized. How do you get rid of that type of ideology?
Listen to what you just said.
No. But I accept that point.
You're actually agreeing with my pretext.
Francis' point is there's a difference between Northern Ireland and this, because in Northern Ireland, people were not putting their own children in front of bombs because they thought they were all going to go to paradise.
Well, they were killing other people's children.
Yes, but they weren't putting their own children in front of bombs because they thought they were going to paradise.
I understand. It's why
that's a big difference.
It's why I've always been absolutely certain Putin would never use nuclear weapons, because he's a materialistic dictator who has built one of the richest fortunes in the world and enjoys the spoils of material goods. He's not going to kill himself, right? I just think his logic says he's not going to do that, which he knows he would do if he pressed a button. So you're dealing with a different ideology, I agree. Although when it comes to fundamentalist extremism, I see a lot of that on the really hardcore right side of Israel now, right? They sound like extremist fundamentalists. You know, I interviewed one last week, absolute crazy woman, right? Who just, kept trying to say to her, do you feel any empathy for all the children who died in Palestine? Nothing. There's nothing there at all. Not a semblance of humanity. Wants them all out, all gone, doesn't care, and was unashamed about it. Unashamed about it. That's a form of extremism.
I agree, but I also think that the Islamic fundamentalism is a heightened form of even that type of extremism.
But I don't like, to be clear, I don't like any fundamentalism.
No, nobody's saying that you do. But my point is if you were willing to put your own children and family in the way of bullets purely for your own ideology, then that is something that we really haven't seen that many times before. And how do you deal with that?
Well, we saw it with ISIS, and they got pretty well dismantled. We saw it with Al-Qaeda. They got pretty well dismantled. You know, it's not like the world.
But it wasn't a political solution.
Ideas of how to go after terror groups, right? There's plenty of history to suggest there are ways to do it, right? But I just don't know what Israel's government thinks it's now achieving. That really is the fundamental question. What are they achieving other than making Israel a more unpopular country globally and making its people more unsafe? Those are the two things I think are happening now on an increasing rate on a daily basis. So I simply say to Netanyahu, how does that work? How does that work for you, right? And if your actual plan is to get all Palestinians out of Gaza, say it, and be judged accordingly. And then the world can wake up to what I think is the plan, which is the one that Smodrich's been openly talking about, which is they want to cleanse Palestine and Gaza's. That's ethnic cleansing on a scale we haven't seen in modern times.
Piers, we're going to ask you some spicy questions from our audience on Substack in a second. They've sent in a bunch. Before we do, as you know, we always end with the same one in the main interview itself, which is what's the one thing we're not talking about that we should be?
Before Piers answers the final question, at the end of the interview, make sure to head over to our Substack. The link is in the description. Let's be fair, a lot of strikers from the Portuguese league have come and failed.
He scored for years. Like you. No, look, I mean, the thing is, well, Arsenal's...
Yet, he says, journalists can enter Syria and report on the slaughter of the Druze.
Well, Arsenal's new striker, obviously, Victor Gyökeres. I mean, I'm amazed you haven't...
There's a change of gears.
I'm amazed you haven't raised this earlier. No, look, I mean, the thing is, I go through a lot of stress in my day job, like you guys do. But ultimately, you talk about fundamentalism. I am a Arsenal fundamentalist, and we have not had a proper striker for years. And it now looks like we're going to get Victor Gyökeres, who is the highest scorer in European football in the last
in the Portuguese league. And let's be fair,
I love that they're just immediately like all into it. Hilarious.
He scored a hat-trick against Manchester City, and he's been banging them in the Champions League. This is the pathway to glory. Arsenal will now win trophies this season.
Mate, you sound like a fucking fundamentalist. I'm telling you.
I don't. Well, I did say that to start with, but that's what we're not talking about, which I'm just surprised about.
Oh my God!
Because as Bill Shankly once said, you know, football's not a matter of life or death. It's way more important than that.
There we go.
Head on over to Substack where we ask Piers your question.
All righty. So from there, let's see. We can get into you. All righty. Move you down here. Move you to here. All righty. I want to move you just a smidge. All righty. Keep on mining. This is supposed to be a idle game, clicker type thing, so we'll check this out. All right, welcome to Keep On Mining. This game is simple. Once a mining session starts, hover over rocks to mine them. A circle will follow your cursor. This is the mining area. Rocks inside the mining area will spawn pickaxes that mine for you. Once the top right timer reaches 0, the mining session ends. Alrighty. I guess gold, right? Click, 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 click. Right. Oh, okay. I got you now. All right, so we want to go for everything that's as quick as possible, everything that's as close as possible. Alrighty, alrighty, alrighty. Oh, okay. We did pretty well there. All right. Material, ores, and bars. You will receive ores from mining rocks. There are 3 types of rocks that can spawn: normal rocks, chunk rocks, and full material rocks. Normal rocks will always drop 1 gold ore. Chunk rocks drop 3. Full material rocks drop 7. So obviously you want to go for the gold. Ores will automatically be crafted into bars. It takes 3 ores to craft 1 bar. If you have 1 or 2 extra ores left over, you will craft 1 extra bar. Example, 10 mined ores will craft 4 bars. Okay, so do you keep ores or do you just keep bars? Let's check our upgrade stuff. What can we do here? We've got 3 ores, so we do just keep the bars. Interesting. All right, more rocks. Yeah. And then we've got 3. Can we do anything else? Yeah, I guess we want to go. Keep on mining. Do it. Okay. All right, that's pretty good. Let's hit this guy. And let's get all 3 of these. Okay, let's get these 3. There we go. That was pretty good. All right, artifact found. Sack of gold. That's pretty cool. Now, what does the XP do? Let's see what artifacts are. Here you can view all found artifacts. Artifacts have a small chance to be attached to a rock. Every artifact will provide you with a passive buff. I was wondering if this was going to be every 25 mined ore will be worth double. I was wondering if it was going to be more like you know, you just get like a flat amount of stuff. All right, gold chunk spawn rate. No, I don't want to do that. All pickaxe stats. Mining area. I think we are going to go for mining area. Good. That's probably a good move. Oh, hang on. We want to go for the artifacts first, actually. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh, okay, we almost got that. Warrior's Axe. Level up. Okay, now that's what I wanted to see. I want to see what our upgrades are here. Talents. Okay, every mine rock will provide you with XP. You will receive 1 talent point when leveling up. You can spend your talent points to reveal the talent cards. You can choose 1 out of 3 talent cards. Talent cards provide you with cool and permanent buffs. Once a talent card is chosen, your talent level will increase. This increases the rock durability by 2. You can hover over the talent level text to see the current rock durability. Interesting. Okay. So, yeah, let's read. Okay, durability 10. We don't really want to upgrade. Okay, the end of a mining session, a D100 will roll. And if it hits 1, 10, or 100, all ores mined during that session are multiplied by 5. So that gives you a 3% chance to get a 5x multiplier. That's not that great. All right, potion drinker. At the beginning of a mining session, you will drink 1 out of 4 possible potions. That potion contains a buff that lasts the entire mining session. That's pretty good. Every pickaxe is a 0.4% chance to turn into a hammer. Rocks hit with the hammer will be insta-mined, and the mined ores will be worth double. That actually seems like the best. 2% chance to deal double pickaxe power and 1% chance to insta-mine rocks. This looks pretty good. I mean, this is our best value for money. And then mining. I think mining area. Yeah, that's probably our best bet here. Yeah, mining area. Okay. So with that being said, I kind of don't want to do... I am going to go for it. Just want to see... Yeah, 12 durability. I want to see how much that screws me. Okay. Yeah, that hurts. That hurts. That's not great. That's okay, though. I think we can do okay. Okay. Hammer was clutch. Hammer was clutch. So we definitely want to go for pickaxe at that point, for sure. All right, anvil. Here you can craft new pickaxes. Every pickaxe needs a specific type of material to be crafted. Each new pickaxe have different pickaxe stats. The pickaxe stats can also be increased via the skill tree upgrades. Okay. Oh, okay. So we definitely are essentially just going to be probably buffing out on that. I think so. Uh-huh. Okay. Oof, not great. That's okay, though. Now we screwed up. This should have been that should have been the one we went with. All right, keep on mining. We need at least, like, what, 60 or something? That's a good drop. Okay, and get these two. And then at least these guys. Guess this guy. Okay. Okay, good. Good hit. Good. 25 bars. Let's upgrade. I think we could probably do at least double on these. Yeah. Good. That's what I want. Okay, that's definitely our best. Probably this one gives me 3. And these guys. And this guy. And over here. I think we might be able to get all 3 of these guys. Oh, we can. Missed it. That's unfortunate. 18 bars. Let me see if I can get anything good upgrade-wise. Gold chunks. That's probably our best next. Yeah, that's our best. And then value, every ore mine. That's the one we're shooting for. But it's 100, so we're not really close to that yet. We're gonna need to really like push it. Okay, I think we can get 3 of these. And at least all of these for sure. These, not actually our best. This was the best move. That's okay. We did all right with that. 17 bars. I think we can get one more upgrade. Yeah, we can get a couple more upgrades out of this. Let's do all of those and then keep on going. Yeah. Okay. Good. Let's hit that. Okay, you. Good. I don't think we're gonna hit that one. No, we're not. We could have lucked out, but it's unlikely. 16, we can get at least one more of these upgrades. That maxes that. That's good. All right, let's look at the other stuff here. We're looking for 65. I want to see if I want to just keep on going. More rocks spawn. That might be a good way to go. The area is good, but I think we need to be focusing on more. Yeah, just focus on getting as many out of these guys out as possible. This is a terrible hit. We can do okay. But I think that's it. I don't think we're gonna get fantastic. Yeah. All right, upgrade. Yeah, I wanna upgrade that. That's definitely the one I wanna truck for. Nope, this is what we want. Okay, then you. You definitely get all 3 of these. Okay, how about you? I was thinking we might be able to hit it. We got it. Okay. Let's see, what else we want to do here? Okay, chance to spawn 1 rock when a rock is mined. Huh? I'll hit that. I don't know what that is, though. Let me check this anvil. Yeah, we haven't gotten any of the weird stuff yet, like any of the new upgrade. Okay, let's get you. And you. I don't think we're going to be able to even get all of these. It's unfortunate, because that's like, this is our best hit for sure. Ah, we missed it. That's okay, though. We did all right. We did pretty good there. All right, upgrade. I definitely do want to just keep juicing that guy up. More rocks. I don't think we need any more rocks. Let's go for the base stuff. Try to upgrade our mining. What do we call it? Area. Okay. Good. Not really a good. Yeah, that was bad placement. Bad placement on my start. Okay, and then can I upgrade you? No, I can't. Alrighty, let's check out. This looks pretty good. I feel like this is an idle game, so I should just be talking about other completely unrelated crap. But for right now, I'm just obsessed with numbers go up, you know? So I just can't help myself. Alright, upgrade. Do I want to upgrade at this point? I actually don't want to upgrade my talent because it's gonna screw me. Like doing this is absolutely going to destroy me. The artifacts are super good though. At the start of a mining session, there's a 50% chance to spawn a golden treasure chest that contains 40 random ores. Doubles your mining speed for 3 seconds. That's okay. Higher chance to find artifacts. That's probably our best long-term solution, because 40 random ores is not going to do anything. You know, like 40 is not great, but this is very good if we're looking for, like, if it's going to give me ores that I don't have access to yet. That's probably good, but I gotta be honest, I think that's definitely our best bet. 14 durability. I mean, we're not upgrading this. fast enough. So I think that's our next option. We basically just have to farm 65 ores. Shouldn't take too long. And upgrade our pickaxe. Okay, we need to do that. That's our first priority. That's our first priority. That's what we're doing right now. Ugh. Yeah, keep on mining. What do we got here? That's not bad. And you. Okay, and then you guys. Then hit you. And then you. This is very much more of like a... I know. I feel like I should be doing the ASMR voice for this because it's all super chilled out. Right? No, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to keep on mining. This is also way better for my voice. Perhaps. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, clickety clack. Oh yeah, good stuff. Okay. One more should do it. Jeez, if we get anything good here, it'll do it, but we just keep getting absolutely annihilated. Okay, that should do it. Doink, 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 doink. Okay. And that's it. Yeah, there we go. Alright, now we can upgrade. Now we can upgrade. We are going to upgrade this for sure. Yeah, we're crafting it. Doink. Okay, good. Yeah, obviously we equip that. Sir Goldie. Oh. Alright, Sir Goldie. Let's see, from here, what do we want to do? This one's good. To be honest, I think these are the ones that we actually want to be getting for. We want to be going for those. We should probably go for that first because we can get all of those. Yeah, we can get all of those. That's really good. We can get all of those upgrades for the same cost as one of the doubles. And that allows for better incremental increases. Oh, nope, never mind. What the hell? Am I crazy? I'll spend it on that. That's okay. It's not great, though. That's what we wanted. I want the artifacts. We should be like doing something like this where we're like kind of like, yeah, we're sweeping it a little bit. All right, now we can upgrade. What the hell is that? It's like they get, oh, it's because they turn, it's because they, right, I keep thinking the bars of the ore, it's not the case. All right, 10 more rocks spawn at the beginning of a mining session. Yeah, I need to be looking at the total number of bars, not ores. Which I'm not doing. I am just looking at the number of stuff that we're getting out of this. Which is wrong and stupid. Okay, there we go. Get it. Ah, that's pretty good. Now we have 38 bars. Okay. You know what? No, we need to be going for the doubles. That's just way smarter. It's just dumb to not be doing that. It's just a complete waste of time. Yeah, we need to be doing that. It's unfortunate, but we do. Get it. That's it. Alright, fossilized bone. I just want to see what it does. All pickaxe stacks by 4%. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Alright, this one's good too. Nice. We upgraded. I'm not gonna buff. I'm not gonna do any of my skill stuff yet unless it's like insanely good. Because I'll be honest, I think we're just like we're wasting, yeah. We're not upgrading our damage enough for it to make a difference. It's just becoming stupid. Yeah, I don't like it. There we go, that's pretty good. Alrighty, keep on mining. We're just gonna keep on, we're going for the 100. Unless we can get some, you know, cool artifacts or something, we're just gonna be going for the doubles. I feel like the doubles are the most, what do you call it? It's the most efficient way to do it, right? Therefore, everything thing you get is, you know, double. Twice as good. You could also upgrade the amount of time, but at this point, it's not, I don't think it's really giving you much. And I haven't even seen a time upgrade, so I can't even do it yet. Yeah, buddy, get that guy. I need to be getting this guy. That's who I need to be focusing on. That's it. Okay, at least we got it. Now we can upgrade. Now we're getting it. More rocks. Spawn a rock when it's mined. No, we want to go for you. Chance to double the ores. Nah, we don't really care about that. We don't want to go random. We want to go for the absolute definites. Like, this is going to make a difference. Yeah. See? That's a huge difference already. Just right away. Immediately. Huge difference. Immediately. Enormous. Yeah, eventually we're going to get to the thing where it's like, you know, the session keeps going on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Because every time we hit a, you know, rock, more rocks are going to spawn, and then we're going to get time for rocks exploded. That'd be my guess. That's how these things normally go. The thing is like, my general playing of idle games is cheating. Like, I just, you know, I figure out the resource that we're going to get, and then I'm going to be cheating it. And I want to be actually not doing that. And I suppose that's good for me in terms of, like, I don't actually enjoy playing idle games for, you know, huge, long amounts of time because they're just so boring, and they're so samey, and they're so mindless, and they just suck all of your will to live and your attention out of it. Most of the ones that I can actually play are sort of like this, where there is some degree of, like, you have input as opposed to, like, you're just managing a spreadsheet where the numbers fly up. That stuff just, like, blows my brain that people get into it. I just, like, I can't even, like, I can't stand it. Because you come out of it and it's like, they are addictive, they are good at that, but you're then just in this horrifying existential state of like, what was I doing today? You know? It's not even like, yeah, I spent all day reading a book or, you know, playing video games. At least there you're like, I got some value out of that. Like, that was art, that was entertainment, that was, you know, something. But if it's like a clicker game, you spend 4 or 5 hours on a clicker game, you are like, I am the most worthless piece of crap on the planet. I can't believe that I spent all of my time doing that. I got nothing done that I wanted to. I was gonna go to the store. I needed to get this or that. And then I was trapped. The numbers kept going up. I couldn't help myself. I just had to do it. No, that's, yeah. That is like a recipe for horrific ideation. You don't know what's going on anymore. Ugh, it's terrible. Yeah, this is not too bad though. And again, technically, the only reason I can do this and not cheat and not feel like a complete loser is because at the very least I'm streaming as other people, you know? That makes me feel like I am accomplishing something, even if nobody's watching. At the very least, somebody might have some relative degree of fun from watching me, which is, you know, definitely not nothing. And what's the upgrade for this? Ah, we need a new thing. 30-second chance to shoot in a random direction. That's not too bad. Mine a random rock. We've yet to get to new stuff yet. That's okay. Let me see talents. Oh, good. Okay. I was wondering if it was going to be one time every time, but it's not. Good, 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 good. All right. I think at this point we can kind of just, you know, get the good stuff out of this. We can kind of just be super unselective. We don't really need to care. We can just go for the easiest, cheapest upgrades. Because we're getting so much stuff. So, I mean, at this point, it basically just makes sense to, you know, get zapped. Yeah. Just use up all the, you know, get all the super, super cheap upgrades. Makes sense. Makes sense to do it. Yeah, and then we can get this stuff out of it. I like it. That's definitely our best. Oh, can we get it? No, we didn't get it. Still did pretty good, though. Yeah, that's definitely our best. We just doubled it. I would imagine that gives us, like... I was really hoping we'd be able to, like, one-shot a lot of these things. Apparently we can't. That's unfortunate. That was a bad move. I should have gone for these guys. Yeah, I should have gone for those. We could have gotten better. It's okay, though. All right, what does this say? Double pickaxe power. Oh, chance. Chance. Chance is not the same. What's the cheapest? 15, 9. Good. What else? 1% chance to spawn rocks. That's a good upgrade. Okay. Definitely the way to go is we're attempting to blot out a bunch of these things. Doink. And to be honest, we kind of really only want the gold ones. Those are the ones that are giving us the best stuff. After that, you know, then you can go for the whatever is highest concentration. But that's about it. It doesn't really matter after that. I think we could fully upgrade that. That's good. Then we can get you not fully upgraded, but that's pretty good. Double the values. I'll take it because it's I can get it, but I don't need it. I don't need it. Yeah, I think I am just gonna go for the chunks. Just go for this stuff. If I can get a bunch of other stuff with it, awesome. That was definitely the wrong move. I should have gone for these guys because they're close. And then these guys. All right, excellent. That was really good. Yeah, that was a huge jump. We did good for that. We did real good there. Ooh, yes, we want the copper. We definitely want the copper. Okay, I think we want you. Anything else? The mine. Once you have purchased the mine, it will automatically mine rocks for you. The mine will mine bars instead of ores. The percentages above the total bars. Frames to the left displays the chance the mine has to find that type of material. Okay, obviously we're getting that immediately. That's what we need to do first. This is our first bet. Absolutely, 100%. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay, and this is kind of it. After this, we're literally just doing the chunks, and that's it. That's what we're looking for. Everything else is just, like, immaterial. We don't even care. Yeah, that's it. That's what we wanted to do. Excellent. Keep on mining. We want 500 gold bars. And this is where getting the gold kind of, you know, fills out with us. Now we're just like losing a little bit of the tension because now there's new stuff on the screen, and we need to try to find the most optimum route. Okie dokie, keep on going. We need 500 so we can get the idle bonus. We want to focus on gold. I don't really care about the other stuff. It's not that I don't care about it, it's just that gold for right now is more valuable because I can get free stuff with that, which I like. I want that free stuff. Should have gone for that. That was wrong. That's okay. I think I got it. Nope, almost. This one we should definitely be able to hit 500. We should definitely easily be able to get up to 500 total. Then we've got an idle bonus. And the idle bonus is pretty much, you know, that's a crusher, that's a killer. That's what we want. That's what we need. Get it. Come on, I want that. Yeah, there it is. Get that. Okay. Yeah. Okay, excellent. Now we can do it. All right, the mine. Yes, we want the mine. Okie dokie. Perfect. Now, with that having taken care of that, pickaxe. Spawn a pickaxe and mine a random rock. It's okay. That's okay. Huh. That's okay. What the heck? Okay, I was wondering where our gold stuff went. Did they all, like, upgrade to gold? Like, now that we have copper, did they all change up? I don't think so. That's definitely our better bet. Now, do we want to go for... That's probably better. And then you... Alright, talents. We can go further up. This. Crafting a pickaxe takes 25% less bars. That's not bad. Start of a mining session, 2 to 17 flowers. That's okay. 50% chance, 40 random ores. I think blacksmith is probably our better bet. Yeah, that's probably actually better long term. Okay, so if that's the case, then our upgrade here, 278, 105. That's pretty good. All right, let's do this. Dear God. See, like all of a sudden, now there's so much stuff on screen. You don't know where to click. You don't know what you're doing. And this is how they get you, you know? They just, they put stuff up there, and you're just totally screwed. You have no idea what you're doing. All right, well, one more. We should be able to hit all of our stuff, I think. Okay. This is pretty good. I do wonder if there's going to be, a weird, prestige thing where, it completely changes the game. That happens so often with these games where it's just, all of a sudden, this style of gameplay where, you're moving your mouse around, you're focusing on certain things, all of a sudden it's boom, nope, that doesn't happen. I think we can upgrade. I think we can get a new... We can. That's cool. All right. Royale pick. Good. Mine power. New mines, artifacts, talents. Okay, and we do have a little bit of ability to upgrade some stuff. I will take you. That might have been the better way to go. No. I'm good with this. No copper, basically. It's not to say none of it, but it's just very little. Pretty good, though. That's pretty good. We have to level up. Not too bad. Alright, so what other things in the world are happening now that I've got, total idle brain going on? What other things are on your mind? What are you thinking about? Not really sure. Obviously, we started out today, we were listening to that Piers Morgan Israel conversation, which, is super duper a heavy subject. And it's also one that people are so highly invested in, even if they don't have any skin in the game. I can understand being invested in it if, you're of Palestinian descent, you have like an uncle there, you have somebody there. I get it. That makes sense. That's understandable. If it's just like the same as every other conflict or war where it's like, okay, now I've got nobody there. I don't know anybody there. I don't know anybody from there. But I have a strong opinion on it. And I was like, okay, you have a strong opinion on it until you don't. That's fine. That's reasonable. I understand that. But it is like, I don't know. It just seems weird that the Israel-Palestine inflames people's opinions on it so much. Because I don't think, like, let's put it this way. I don't have a hugely strong opinion on, like, Russia-Ukraine other than how it affects me, how it affects me spending my money because my tax dollars are being, diverted to other countries for whatever reason. That's it. And it's like, look, I know I've worked with Russian and Ukrainian people. I was working in an area that was like super duper Russian Ukrainian diaspora for a good long while. And I think my mom still works with a bunch of people like that. So I understand being a little bit more, on top of that. But even there, I'm like, yeah, I still didn't have a hugely strong opinion. And I didn't hear people having a hugely strong opinion. And if you just think about it in terms of like population levels, there are way more Ukrainians than there are Palestinians. There's way more, Russians than there are Israelis, or even like just Jews in general, I want to say. So, I mean, the odds that you're going to have skin in the game is got to be way less. So then how are people that much more, blown up about it? Like, it's a big deal for them. If there's, like, no way that people, I don't get it. Like, that is the one thing I cannot really wrap my head around. That is just, like, it's the one thing that does make me think, like, yeah, the whole, like, anti-Semitism argument maybe has some legs, even though it is overused. There's no doubt about it. But it's the only kind of like rationale I can even remotely come up with for why people are talking about it, why people care about it to the degree that they do. The amount of like arousal that comes out of their voice when they're talking about that versus any other, conflict that, is not touching your borders or something like that. I genuinely, I don't understand it. And I do kind of want to, try to talk to some people to see if they have like a different opinion on this. And if it's just me, like, did I grow up in a weird area where it was like, you heard about this stuff, but it didn't really matter? Like, do people have super highly ingrained, thoughts on this because, their parents did? I mean, that's always a legitimate option and probably, makes more sense a lot of the time. But it just does not really make sense to me as much. I don't get it. All right, let's see. What other upgrades do we want here? We want more time? I don't think we actually really care about time. Can we upgrade this? No, we can't. We can upgrade this. 300. I want to use up all my gold first, though. I want to get all my gold upgrades out first. You know what? Let's get for that. Should we go for that? We should probably go for that. All pickaxe stats. I think we can get that out. That's pretty good. Do we want the session time up? That's probably our better bet. And yeah. Yeah, what other things are happening out in the world today? I'm not sure. I haven't actually looked through a lot of stuff today. I'm still trying to figure out, how we want to do this in terms of, what do we call it? Streaming. What's going to be the normal schedule? trying to figure out if I should be streaming one game or different stuff. Obviously, this is the first time I'm doing this. You know, last 2 days we were doing videos, which, I mean, I do like, and I do think the whole React content thing it's overdone, but it's overdone because it's successful. And obviously I was doing it because after 4 hours of narrating every single, you know, piece of dialogue in Uma Musume, my voice was completely, entirely annihilated. I needed a rest for like at least 2 days. So today I'm okay. Today I'm okay. And I have this nice tea, this throat coat tea, which is insanely sweet. Like, I didn't add anything to it, and I hope it's sweet just because, like, chemically. I hope it's sweet from, like, artificial, you know, flavorings, as opposed to it has a bunch of sugar in it, because it has, like, licorice root and marshmallow root in it or something like that. I hope there's not a ton of sugar in it, because if there's a ton of sugar in it, it's going to give me a headache, and it's not worth it. We'll see, though. What should I be focusing on? I really should be probably focusing on the gold as opposed to the copper. Even though the copper is like the majority of my upgrade stuff now. Now we want to get this guy. There we go, we can do that. Because I think the upgrades we're looking for... Yeah, see, like, gold is the majority of my upgrades here. That's really good. Okay, I think that does mean that more or less, yeah, we are on, yeah, so that is what we're looking for. Gold is like 2,000, or we can be hitting these guys. We can be hitting these upgrades, which is not bad. How does it say how much you, let me think. Yeah, I was trying. Okay, bars mined 2, upgraded 4. Okay, so this is actually way more of idle. This is not really actually going to give me that much. Okay, in that case, we do want to just be mining gold. Yeah. Focus on gold. And we froze. We did freeze. That's fun. Oh! Oh, it was the laser. The laser made me freeze. That's fun. I gotcha. I was wondering what the hell that was. Okay. It's not bad. Was freaking out, but the audio kept going. Keep on mining. You betcha. Keep on mining. Is it gonna keep freezing every time it does a little laser beam? Let's see. I haven't seen any laser beams this session, which is very weird because they were going off non-stop last time. Okay, level up, not bad. Okay, there's one. And it didn't stutter, so that's good. Let's see what else. Oh, that's a good hit for gold. Super good hit for gold. And then we want to get this guy. And then these guys over here. These are all good too. Yeah. I feel like I should be doing like the ASMR voice for this because it's an idle game. Idle games are not inherently relaxing, but they are inherently like, you know, sucking in your attention. So I feel like I should be doing the ASMR voice. Just completely 100% totally randomly. I'm doing a terrible job at being efficient at mining these. Come on, there we go. That's the good stuff. Oh yeah. Yeah, baby. Mine those rocks. Yeah. Is that creepy? Is it creepy? Good. Good, you should be finding it creepy. Although I've also found that by rewatching my videos, for whatever reason, I'm not attempting to do like a soft-spoken voice. It just naturally comes out like that. This is just my weirdly natural speaking voice when I'm recording. It's not actually like my natural speaking voice if I'm talking to another human being, but if I'm recording, it's kind of like I'm talking to myself. And if I'm talking to myself and I know there's other people around who can hear me, I'm much more like polite, and therefore I don't want to, you know, talk very loud. Okie dokie, we've got 200 of you. I think we do want to jump. Yeah, we want to pop these guys up. Yeah, that's what we want to be doing. Okay, anvil. At some point, there's definitely going to be a new drop. Where is the new rock? That was the copper rock, so I think probably going this route is the way we can get more different stuff. Maybe not, though. They might have hidden it somewhere else. I'm gonna waste it. I don't feel like it's a good investment, but I'm gonna do it. This is, I would assume this keeps going, you know, after your game closes. I would hope. If not, you're toast. You know? It's gonna be just completely annihilated. Yeah, get it all. Alright. You know what? That was real good. Holy cheese. I do want to see what that does. Holy cheese, every pickaxe hit has a 20% chance to drop one ore. That's not too bad. It's not great, but it's okay. This is the only thing we can upgrade. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think our time is actually, like, good. Time is not useful. Yeah, like, mining area is better. Or... yeah. That's what we need to be looking for. Yeah. That's what we need to be going for. Okay, so at least 350 and then like 2,000 on gold. If we don't get that, we just keep mining. That's probably a pretty good strategy. And again, like, I feel like these things are supposed to be meditative. They're not, though. They're not actually meditative. They're attention whores. They suck up every aspect of your attention. And instead of letting you, like, go cozy mode and just, like, free associate, think about whatever, they don't do that. They go the opposite route, where they suck up all of your attention, so the only thing you can be thinking of is, you know, managing this cookie clicker spreadsheet, or, you know, making sure that you're mining at maximum efficiency, or doing this kind of stuff. Maybe for other people it's different, but for me that's definitely the case. It's just non-stop. You're just, you know, sweeping the floor to make sure that you get everything you possibly can. Kind of weird. I don't want to say kind of weird. It is weird. Super weird. It's insanely weird. All right. Every mine door, obviously we need to be jumping up on that. That needs to be our absolute 100%. Full, complete, absolute, non-stop attention. Even though we're getting way less gold. I mean, are we? I feel like we are. I feel like we're getting way less gold per run than we are copper. Obviously, that's not reflected in the numbers, but I guess there are more copper chunks popping up than gold. I don't know. Now, this one obviously is just non-stop gold. It's nothing but it, but I do wonder about it. What else are we wondering about? We haven't watched any philosophy, so I'm not wondering about philosophy right now. I do think that is probably what we're going to be doing. How do you think about, like, you know, React content? Obviously, I do think it is overdone. And it can get annoying. And it makes me feel like a scrub, because a lot of this is just, like, I'm just watching their videos. And I don't want to be, like, stealing their content, essentially, stealing their views. Obviously, they put it out first, and, you know, they're way bigger than me, so I'm not really stealing much. / anything. I doubt a lot of people are going to be, you know, watching my video on this, as opposed to watching it originally. But it does make me feel... Oh, no, hang on. I want to get the artifact. It does make me feel kind of scummy for doing it. But, you know, that is kind of the game we're playing. Which is, you know, it is what it is. And if I had better editing skills, I feel better about it. Because at least I could make the video, you know, different looking. But I have terrible editing skills. Slash, you know, no editing experience, really. Okay. I think we can get a good upgrade out of it. Nah, almost. 1 rock every 5 seconds. It's not what it said, but it was close enough. Okay, you. Alright, so that should get us up to our gold upgrade, which is good. That doubles our output, which is clearly the main. Obviously, that is the main goal right now. Yes, upgrade. That's gonna, I mean, this just clearly increases our output for sure, 100%. Okay, 1 rock, 400. What other stuff do we have that's upgraded with gold that's like relatively cheap? I don't think anything. I think everything else that we have is super expensive. So I'll hit that. Yes, good. Iron rocks, that's what I was looking for. Because that means we can get this new guy. We don't need it because we're not really upgrading our talents. Okay. Your cursor has a 25% chance to spawn an ore. Energy drinker, I don't really need that. The mine has a 10% chance to mine twice as fast and an 8% chance to mine 2x bars. The mine is really not doing a lot for me, if we're honest here. It's not really producing much. You know? Oh, every 15 seconds, it's making 4 bars. It's not doing much. Eventually it will. But right now, it's useless. So I kind of don't even want to touch this. I don't want to do the sealed miners thing yet. It's not worth it. This is probably our best bet. Next. Ooh, greater chance to find artifacts. Do we already have? We already do have something like that. Okay. A sign with a written buff will appear next to the mine. The buff changes every 5 minutes. Give me the buffs. Yeah, I'll take the buffs. That's good. What other stuff do we have here? I think we actually want to continue on our track of... Which one was it that was upgrading? That one? Wasn't that? Which one was it? I swear there was like a copper thing that gave me a boost for everything. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was these guys. Mining area size. No, that's not useful. This is not bad. These are really cheap too. Okay, we'll get you. And then we'll blast you guys out because they're cheap. So they should be more fundamental because they're cheaper. Okay, that's pretty good. And again, I guess that is how it's gonna change up, is you're gonna have a bunch of, you know, auto miners, stuff like that, yeah. Which, you know, we're waiting for. We haven't gotten there yet, but it'll be good. See, look at that. Huge. We're getting 1,000 every time now. So we should be able to... Are we getting 1,000? Maybe we're not getting 1,000. I don't know. We're getting a good bunch of gold every turn now. So we should be able to hit some pretty solid stuff. You know, hitting these upgrades in terms of like doubling our gold value. That should be good. I don't think we've leveled that up yet. Let me see. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure this has 5 levels. Yeah, we're not there yet. And we have not really hit this stuff yet, where 5,500 copper bars is like at all reasonable. No, not even close. We need to be waiting significantly on that. I think I will go for the iron bars next. That's 400. Okay, good. That's what we're shooting for. There we go. I mean, now we're hitting some real, like, stride. Where we can actually really hit super hard. Our damage is doing really good. Eventually, you will just be, like, sweeping across the thing, I would imagine. Upgrade. Yes, I want you. Spawn rocks. Nope, I want to keep going for this. I want to keep going for upgrading the... What are we calling it? I don't know, I'm blanking out. Value of wars, I guess. Yeah. Blanking out completely. That's pretty good. Yes, good. Oh, we almost hit it. Okay, let's see what we can upgrade with our iron. I don't know if we can upgrade anything with our iron. We do want this, though. I'm probably just going to save up for that. I don't think we have any, like, iron upgrades, really. No, we still have a bunch of copper stuff. Yeah, we still have mostly copper. All right, so we want 300 iron, roughly 500 copper. That's cool, we can do that relatively quickly, hopefully. I think we should be able to hit that pretty fast. Gold is also still super good because we can upgrade the value of ore if we hit it. Yeah, there we go. And I think I missed it last time, unfortunately. Suboptimal. I think I get this now. Oh yeah, I can. Nice. All right. What is the mine? It's a it doesn't seem like it's a huge upgrade. The mine time? Eh, whatever. That's a good one. Everything's nice and together. I should not be focusing on the shiny new stuff. I need to be focusing on the copper and the gold. Those are still our money makers, to be honest. That's what we need to be focused in on. But I mean, we're just crushing it. We're just making so much bank on that. It's insane. Okay, so I think that's a kind of our big... Other than this, that was like kind of the last thing that we can really spend gold on that's useful. Right? More gold rocks. I mean, these are just so cheap. We can get them, like, immediately. So our gold is, like, you know, pretty good. Let me definitely get that artifact. Make sure I'm not missing any other artifacts. I don't see any. If you see any, let me know. I think we're hitting everything now. I think we got it. I feel like we're doing pretty good. Pretty well here. Gold ring. I want to see what this does. The end of a mining session, every ore mined has a 1.1% chance of only using one ore to craft a bar. That's pretty good. Again, like just get the cheapest stuff first, right? Yep. Pickaxe stats. Okay, we got 500 of those. I don't think we want to use that yet. That's what we want. Yeah. More rocks. Let's get you. Anything else? Now this is where we should be spending our gold, probably, is on the idle stuff. Yeah, especially with a drop like this. It's just all gold. We definitely want to be using that. take advantage of it and get as much as we can out of it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to spend like 3 hours on this. I feel like my brain is gonna melt. Let me actually see how many hours we got. What, it's 9:30, I stop at 11, so an hour and a half on this? No, I'll probably definitely do that. I won't even like realize. Right? God, I hope not. That would be awful. What other upgrades do we want here? More rocks is better. And then I think we do go for the mine. Speed. Yeah, I think speed is definitely our best bet. Most efficient. Yeah. For sure. I don't think we can buy a lot of stuff with iron yet, so I'm not really focusing on iron, except when it comes in super good like that. Whereas everything's insanely close. Have to do that. Can't help myself. I'll be honest though, I feel like we're lacking in damage because it's taken a lot of time to sweep through stuff. I mean, again, we're doing insanely good, but okay, what are the pickaxe stat upgrades? 400. Yeah, let's hit these. Let's get the damage going. I guess this side is like more damage. Yeah, that's what we want to be doing. We want to be hitting damage so we can just be like sweeping through. We can just totally actually idle it. We don't have to look at anything. You know, we just keep our cursor completely 100% static, and it just mines for us. That's the ultimate goal, obviously. I don't think they're going to allow us to do that because that would, like, you know, completely break the game loop. But maybe. Who knows? Yes, pickaxe stats. We don't need that. I'm going to do that. And then I'm absolutely going to get that. More gold. For sure. For sure, for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. And then I think, again, just kind of like ignoring the level ups is probably better because these level ups are not like useful. They just make it harder to mine. And they're all like super duper insanely, what would we even call it? Situational? Yeah, like I don't see it. It's nice that we're able to upgrade after every, like, hit, though. That's cool. What do I want? Yeah, let's upgrade that. More of that. More of that. Extra talent point for 3 levels. That's pretty good. We don't have any more of that stuff, which I'm fine with. I don't think this does as well as, like, what is the other thing? Dig Sum. That's kind of like my favorite idle game that's like this, where it's like you actually have an active participation in the game. And I think the reason it does a good job there is because there's some, like, thought involved in it. You can... There's some degree of strategy and brain power, so it feels like you're engaged with and interacting with the game on some degree. Even if it is like a clicker game, you're not like completely, totally zoned out, and zoning out is like... For a lot of these things, zoning out feels like the goal. It's to basically just zombify you to the degree that you just, you know, lose track of all time and all aspects of your life other than clicking on clicking, which is just, again, like when you finally stop, which you eventually have to, you feel like such a piece of crap for doing it. So Dig Sum was good because it allowed you to feel like, you know what, I was exercising my brain a little bit, at least. I have to also ask, Does the stream look super choppy to you? I keep looking at like my monitor and it is like yeah, like when I look back onto it, when I rewatch the VOD, it doesn't seem that way, but I have no idea if that's like, I have no idea if that's accurate. Like if I'm dropping stuff, it doesn't look like it. Like from everything that I can see here, I'm not dropping frames. 0.6% drop frames. It's like nothing. But when I look at it on my other monitor, it looks like absolute crap. Not all the time, just today that I'm noticing it though. Okay, what else? More rocks. Yeah. And then spawn. I think we will actually just go for this. Yeah. Let's mine. Mine it up. Alright, am I missing? I feel like I saw an artifact. That might have just been the hammer that popped up. That's pretty good though. See, now we're getting to the point where you can't even mine everything before they respawn. So now we definitely do need to kind of like be working on our damage. What's the upgrade? Ooh, okay. We can hit that. Yeah. We can definitely hit that. What's this? Oh, we don't have that yet. Okay, we can definitely get that. We don't need that. So anything that uses iron, we're not going to be using. But that's it. That's okay. Okay, we want to be focusing on iron and gold. Actually, in that order. Iron and gold. Iron and gold. There's iron. There's gold. There's iron. And there is... Did we get something? No, we leveled up. Alright, iron. Nope. Was that... Did we get there? I think we need 1,500? 1,350, okay. Jeez, when you focus on something, you get it. Alright. Again, iron and gold. There's some iron. There's a bunch of gold. There's some gold and some copper. A lot of copper over here. Looking for a couple more iron chunks, and I think we should be able to upgrade our picks. Oof, there it is. Are we going to get to it before the end? We did. Excellent. Very nice. And we still didn't hit what we wanted to, though. Need 40 more. That's a better hit. At least we got 2 chunks right off the bat of iron. Alright, pretty good. Yeah, we're getting a lot of chunks in this run. I like it. Definitely keep your eyes out for any iron, like that guy right there. We should be able to upgrade our pick, because I do want to boost my damage. Excellent, that'll work. Excellent. Heck yeah. The Opulax. Pretty good bonuses, I think. 7,500 on you. Alright, what other stuff can we upgrade? Yes, pickaxe stats. Heck yeah. What other stuff? Yeah, let's do you. I guess. I feel like we're going in one direction super hard. Granted, that's because like these things are pretty expensive. 6,000 though. You know what? That's what we should be going for next. Mine a random rock. The auto mining. That feels like the first tier of a new thing. Yeah, that's what we should be going for. Alright, so focus on gold. Get this artifact though. Okay. And then yeah, just focus on all the gold. Don't really care about anything else. We just want the gold chunks. That should get us there pretty quickly because gold is pretty easy to mine. There we go. Meteorite ore. We'll keep mining. I want to see what it does, but I don't need to know right now. Especially with us pretty close to getting our 6,000 gold of gold right off the bat. Come on, keep focused. Now the thing is, I don't think I'm going to play this more than once. I feel like I'm going to play this today, and unless people tell me otherwise, I'm going to basically just, like, at the end of the day, cheat this. So that I can get, like, a ton of gold really quickly. And upgrade the crap out of it. Because right now, these look like these are very easy to search for variables. At a point in time where, like, you know, they veer off into, like, scientific notation, then they become super difficult to cheat. So it's actually, like, it behooves you to do it really early. And in fact, let me see if I can even get it. I may or may not be able to get it right off the bat. Keep on mining. I think they're probably 4 bytes. That'd be my guess. Alright, so 740. Oh shit, I missed it. Alright, 863. I missed it. Let's see if we can get gold 983. Okay, so they're not stored as 4-byte variables. Let's just go for... I think we might have missed it. Oh, maybe not. I doubt they're... You know what? Doubles? No, they're not doubles. 3, new scan, first scan. Can we hit it before it hits it? Okay, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Okay, still 1223. Let's see if we can hit it. I know you can't see what I'm doing, but I'm on cheat engine. I'm waiting for the value to go up or change so that I can search for a new variable. There it is, 1343. Huh. Oh, okay, maybe it is this. 940, 1460. Okay, so it's actually just like late. Interesting. So it actually just updates kind of like late. Okay. Kind of want to see this. Nope. See, we got it. Okay, so this is just the first value is the one that is a display value. It's not the actual stored value. Okay, and then let me see what this does. Increases the spawn chance of all full material rocks by 3% of their current chance. That's pretty good. All right. Now, I could use this to upgrade my mine like crazy, but I don't really want to do that because it's going to make it super, super insanely easy to get lost in that. I kind of want to just use it for, yeah, stuff like this. That's pretty good. Yeah, just use it for these guys. I know. That's such a cheat. It's so bad. All right. XP. I don't really care about XP. Yeah. That's good. Now we gotta find the new thingamabob. Stick of dynamite's pretty good. Lightning beam. Okay, what else do we want here? Okay, we can do that. And then these guys, iron chunk. Really, we want to be doing the full iron rock. That's the thing we want to actually blast. Now, obviously, we just gave ourselves a huge, insane boost that we shouldn't be having. So we're going to have a huge, enormous windfall after this. We should not have it. But, as I said, I do tend to just cheat on these games. Because I can't honestly justify spending, like, more time than necessary to do them. Like, I just can't do it. It's just insane to me. Again, it's one thing if you can have some degree of, like, agency over the game, you know? Like, it feels like you're doing something. But with this, it's just like, dear God, man. You feel, like, stupid for putting time into it. At least I do. 10,000, 14,000, there we go. There we go. Alrighty. So now I've kind of, I mean, it's not so bad that it would be impossible to cheat, but eventually once you upgrade the idle stuff to a certain degree, you can't search for variables fast enough because they're updating their values so quickly that you can't search for them before they change. So it does kind of like price you out of the market, as it were. It's not terrible though. All right, what else? 9% chance, that's okay. What are we looking for? What are these big guys? Okay, we're looking for the new rock. This thing, but it's not that thing. It can't be this thing. Uranium rocks? No, because we need like a new, it's gotta be a different rock. It's gotta be something else. It can't be that. So maybe we need to hit this and that will upgrade? Because obviously uranium, you know, it's like a mystery bar. So there's something else. There's some other rock that should be spawning. We should probably go for this, because like that or this, but we can't go further than that. Same thing, this is like, these are both locked off from mystery stuff. Yeah, which is very weird. Normally they're like at least relatively equal. These are not. Okay, I was just because of the thing. There we go. Okay, dynamite size, dynamite. Yeah, good. Do I want to use this on something else? I will do that. More damage is good. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Let's hit it. I should have actually been looking for what our goals are so that we could focus on a specific ore. But to be honest, I kind of just, you know, sweep my eyes across the thing and we see what we see. 2,000 is really good. All right, any artifacts? I don't see any. At this point, we're just kind of like figuring out if our pathing is good. That's it. All right. I don't know why I just thought about it. Well, no, I do know why I thought about it. It's because I just said pathing. Made me think about pirate software. He's fun. He's a character. He's kind of an idiot, but I don't know. I mean, I guess he just really did legitimately insane work to the degree that, you know, he just can't help himself at this point, which is funny. Like, it is comedic, the degree to which he's just blowing himself up. It's just ridiculous. All right, yes, we want you. Who else? 10,000 was my next big gold purchase? I think it's over here, right? Yeah, this guy. I feel like we're gated somewhere else, though. I gotta be honest. I feel like we're absolutely gated somewhere else. There should be a precursor ore to uranium. I'll use you, and I guess... Ooh, hang on. Yeah, like this guy. There's gotta be some ore before. We're just not seeing it, or I'm not seeing it. Maybe you're seeing it. I got nothing, though. I'm losing it. Talents. Okay, you know what? We have a new talent. Let's do it. Shapeshifter? Ugh, no. I'll do this. That's not too bad. It's a high degree of activation. So that should be pretty good. That should help us out. We don't really need the help, to be honest, but I'll take it if you're giving it to me. So I feel like at this point, gold is not useful. I feel like we need to be focusing on iron and copper. I feel like that's definitely true. I could be wrong, but I feel like that's definitely, those are the upgrade points that we're actually gonna need. Because like the gold bars are just coming in so fast that they're just kind of, I don't want to say they're useless. They're not useless, but they're definitely like, they're not used nearly as much. Nice, that's pretty good. Like I need to be looking for like a standoff somewhere. It's not, it can't be here. I guess no, it can't be there. It's almost certainly not there. Maybe it's this. Maybe I do need to just go for the gold rocks. I'm literally gonna cheat it. Yeah. That's it. Cobalt rocks. So I could have gone for there. That's probably what they wanted me to do. That makes sense. Okie dokie. Yeah. Let's just use up the rest of this gold. And we want to save up our iron. Yep. Let's save our iron. And focus on iron. That gets us cobalt rocks, which then gets us a pickaxe upgrade, which then makes us mine faster, and that means we can level up more if we want to, even though I don't have level up points. Which again, I feel like if you wanted to play like super optimally, you would want to save them for after you upgraded, but we're not doing that. Upgrade, okay, cool. Now we can get the cobalt, excellent. Can we bump these guys up at all? Not really. What other stuff is using copper? Upgrades. I feel like this is it. Maybe they're just super high numbers? No, I don't think so. Weird. Okay. Go for the cobalt, which we've actually got super good drops on, it looks like. Yeah, we got, holy crap, we got a ton of them. Okay. So this should be good. We should be able to get that pickaxe upgrade right away, which I'm happy about. Not happy like my son was just born. More happy like, huh, it feels like it should elicit some dopamine response. I think we can get it. Yeah, I think we can literally get it this time. Oh, right on the button. I'll take it though. Stone splitter. Oh, and we should be able to upgrade this super fast. Yeah, okay. We should be able to get that like immediately. We want copper and iron. Yeah. That's hilarious. We should be able to get that, like, literally on this turn. Maybe not if our drops don't work for copper. But I feel like we should be able to get it. Because I think we're almost certainly going to be there on iron. Copper, maybe not. Copper might be a sticking point for us. Maybe. We're literally getting more, what do you call it? Yeah, we're getting more iron than copper. Let's see if this, okay. I wasn't sure if it was going to actually be an upgrade or not. I figured it might be like, you know, not across the board. It would be like the time was faster, but the power was less. All right, what else? Every pickaxe. We can upgrade that all the way. I'll take it. Do pretty good on that. Yeah, okay. What's this? Ooh, 4,000. Let's hit that. Just to do it. Yeah. Really, we shouldn't. What we should be doing is we should be saving the cobalt for upgrading cobalt resources so that we get more from each one. We have a better chance of hitting the good stuff, which is what I am going to do now that I'm saying it, because that is a better idea. But, you know, I was just thinking stupid. Why not, right? Yeah. Especially because we can do such good stuff with it right out the gate. 3,000 though, God, that's expensive. That is expensive. Yeah, that's like nothing. Comparatively. Rock spawn, no, I'm not gonna use that, no. It'd be one thing if it was any other resource, but for, yeah, utilizing my cobalt, no way. No way, not gonna use you. Nope, 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 nope. I wanna be getting good old-fashioned cobalt. I'm crazy. I'm losing my mind. Completely losing all sense and semblance of reality. The only thing we're focusing on is the pickaxe going pickety, pickety, pickety pack. That's it. Ah, and they all spawn at the end. You monster. That's okay. We'll get there eventually. Which is also the sinister allure of these types of games, is that, you know, if you don't get it right away, the loop starts over immediately, right away. Before you even have a chance to consider, you're clicking, keep mining, next run, do it again. And then, you know, it has you locked in because there's so many pretty colors and blah, 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 blah. You got to be doing stuff. It always keeps you locked in. You 3,500, yeah. That's a good purchase. We should be saving up all of our copper for that. Absolutely. I'm not even going to waste the copper on that. Absolutely not. No way. I don't mind the iron, because we've got a decent amount of it, and it's not really doing much. Lightning beam? No. Keeping the cobalt. Keep the cobalt for the cobalt upgrades. I would kind of like to get the uranium upgrades. Ooh, almost potentially lost that artifact. It's not bad. I like it. I can't, it's very hard to tell like what the other rocks are, which is I guess why you want to hit the upgrades. This is again why I will also say I don't really love this. Again, I keep harping on dig some, but dig some just is better. It's better than most of these things. Oh god, we're right on the edge. Improve the mine. It now mines 5% faster. That's cool. Skill tree. I could use it, but I don't think it's... I mean, I guess it doesn't make a huge difference. Does it? It might. We're definitely not gonna eat. No, yeah. Just mine again. Just go to mine. Not worth it. Absolutely not worth it. I need to be listening to a podcast while I do these. You know? Just really hone in on the degen energy. Just complete, total, absolute, masochistic attention destruction. Just annihilating all ability of your own brain to produce any kind of dopamine. Keep any kind of... what are we even going to call it? Any kind of attention. Any kind of anything. You're just like, blah, you're gone. Just absolutely toasted. Immediately. Not you. Oh, I missed you. Crap, that was stupid. That's not good. Ah. That's okay. We can get it. We'll get there eventually. I do think that is part of the disgust. Get there eventually. It's just over the next corner. It's just over the next hill. Just over the next rise, baby. There's gonna be that beautiful thing that you've been working for. You didn't get it this time? Well, I mean, all you gotta do is click a button and maybe you can get it this time. It is sinister. It's evil. It's horrible. Oh my god, it's awful. Alright, royal ring. Yup. And you. 4% chance to receive double XP from mined rocks. And we do have a talent. You know what? Stats from all artifacts are improved by 8%. That's super good. That's an obviously super overpowered one. I suppose the other thing we could be like hitting would be talent. Nah, no, probably not. There's probably like very specific guardrails in place to make sure you don't screw yourself up completely. I could have maybe got now actually, you know what? I could have. That's okay though. No big deal. Keep it rolling. I gotta be thinking about what else. What am I gonna be? Ooh, crap! Almost forgot. I almost missed that artifact. Anyway, the things that we're looking for here in this type of game are like, I mean, like, I feel like you're kind of actually looking for like non-addictiveness. You're looking for something that's like not too addictive, that you can step away from at any time. Because otherwise you're in the game all the time. Like Cookie Clicker, the fact that you couldn't run it in the background, the fact that you couldn't turn the game off and have it run idle, for real, true idle, was, I had to uninstall it. I had to uninstall the game. Because I was like, there's no way it can just run as a window on my computer without me checking it 100% of the time. Because it's like, if you're playing the game and it's on your, you know, you're running idle, you're running to do this stuff, you're like feeling like a complete dumbass if you're not checking it all the time. Even though that's horrible. That's nice. That's a good bonus. All right. Now we can get you. We can definitely get you. We can also get you. Did we get another? Oh, we did get another artifact. 1 extra talent point per 5 levels. Does that mean that we immediately get them? We get them retroactively? I don't think so. I shouldn't have done that. Electricity sparks, that's pretty good. Alright, what other stuff can we buy? Nothing. I think we got everything we can buy. That's pretty good. Woof. Dude. We're getting like annihilated on some of this stuff. Ugh. The mine. Let me see if I can like turn it up to like absurd degrees. Yeah, let me upgrade it like this. So it's relatively even. That's how we want to do it. Yeah. 140, 120, 100. There we go. That's good and even. There we go. Now we can do pretty good. Now we've got a roller. Now we've got some real idle going on. Now we can turn this off and get some actual, like, bonuses out of it. Which is pretty solid. Ore value, hell yeah, we're doing that. More rock spawn, definitely. What is this? You know what, I'll take it, because that's opening up good stuff for us. I like it. Okay, we still have not found the next ore to be mined, which is fine. It's probably going this route. It's gotta be. It's gotta be going that route. That's cool. This does concern me though, if we're getting into that. Because it does mean that there's probably going to be huge numbers near the end. That's okay. No big deal. But that's the point where, like, eventually the idle stuff trumps the active. And you're just like, no. The actual best move here is to literally just, like, shut up and watch the numbers go up. Don't do anything, don't press anything, just straight up watch numbers go up. That's the actual optimum strategy, because you being in this thing is literally not only not contributing nearly as much as the idle thing is, but literally watching the numbers go up idle puts you in a position to upgrade stuff faster, and therefore you get a better bonus from doing it, which is ridiculous. All right, definitely you, definitely you, definitely you, you. Should we hit that? Let's see if there's anything else we can spend you on. Bigger mining area. Actually, yes. That's pretty good. And we can spend it on that. It's not a great purchase, but we'll spend it. Okie dokie. Keep on mining. Keep it on, keep it on. And I actually should be upgrading my pickaxe, because there's almost no way we don't have the stuff to do it now. We could probably hit actually a couple upgrades. And I suppose that's the only reason to keep doing this at a certain point, is to get level ups. Because I don't think you can get level ups idly. I don't think so. Which works for me. Does it? I mean, in terms of, like, the fact that I'm streaming this, yes. In terms of actual... no, that was right. That was good. Okay, anvil. Oh, 6,000. Okay. Can do. That should be a real quick turnover, to be honest. It'd be better if we had better drops, but, you know, we'll get it eventually. I shouldn't even say eventually. We'll get it immediately. Yep. Focus on the green rocks. There it is. Thought we would be lacking on uranium, but we got absurd amounts. There we go. Good stuff. That's it. Are you serious? Oh, okay. I thought it was 1-to-1 for a second. I was like, that's crazy. Uh-huh. Uranium fever. I like it. Ooh, that's a big jump. They've got some big jumps eventually. Oof. What is this? Bars mined 42. You're getting way more than 42 of these, though. It's not, yeah, like, it's not ticking over faster than I can see. So then what is this? Because I'm getting way more, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how that's ticking. It's very weird. Very strange how it's ticking. Okay, we want... Are these uranium? I guess they are. Dear God, that is like absurd. That's a big number, dude. That is a huge number. That's a ridiculously huge number. These are cobalt, so I can actually use these. Yeah. I can use the cobalt, actually. Yeah, these are okay. More ores. Oof. Alright, so we're getting into a bit of an area where it's like really slowing down. Let's think. We probably want to go for these guys first. Yeah, we do. We want to go for these guys first. I actually do want to be saving those because I need them for this. 140,000. That's a ton, dude. That is a disgusting amount. Iridium. Yeah, that's a crazy amount. Ismium, painite, iridium. So we probably should be going... Well, no, we can't really. Can we? No. Kind of have to be going there. Alright, well. We'll check it out. It's no big deal. We're kind of just slowly panning around. And at this point, you're not even looking. At this point, you're legit not even looking at the things. Even if you were looking, you couldn't see it. Because, you know, there's so much stuff going on. Which is one aspect of this, which is like, if there ever was a cozy idle game, eventually it's going to become non-stop eye cancer, because you just straight up, like, you just can't see. You just can't see anything. You know? Okay, we're actually going to get to that way faster than I thought we would. Which is cool. But also insane. You. You. Definitely you. Also you. Any other upgrades we can make? Not with you. Not with uranium. Nope, I'm keeping hold of all of them. Keeping hold of every single one of them. Let me actually just move this slightly. Right? There we go. That's a little bit better. Okie dokie. Yeah. I mean, the uranium is the main, I think. It's probably not even a sticking point, to be honest. But that is the thing that we're, like, kind of looking for the most. But again, I mean, I can barely see. So, I mean, I might as well just be, like, straight up closing my eyes and just running my mouse along. It's going to make the exact same amount of stuff. There's no difference. You can straight up play this game with your eyes closed at this point. Which is where having something to talk about would be a good thing. But I've got nothing to talk about. I feel like I'm all talked out. You know? Again, I mean, like, the thing that we watched before this was, like, based on Piers Morgan Israel stuff, which is, like, I feel like Piers Morgan is, like, I don't hate him. But, you know, I don't know if I can say he's a deep thinker on things, you know? Or at the very least, like, maybe the things he's talking about are not deep subjects. Like, I don't know if he cares that much about that stuff, which I understand, and I can actually totally respect that, because it's like, to a point, to a degree, trying to think deeply on these subjects is stupid. You're gonna twist yourself up more often than not. Which is like, it is, you know, it's not good. It's not a good place to be in. That's good. How are we doing with you? What else? We're okay with you. I think this is uranium. It is. I'm not spending any of that. No way. Not spending it on you. I can spend you. I don't mind. You're okay. What else? Yeah, that. I mean, it's 7,000, so it's not a lot, but it's more than I want to spend. By a large margin. Is there any way I can, like, filter? No, I don't think so. Nah, okay. That's okay. We're doing okay. We're doing okay with this. But yeah, so I think that does make me think that, like, the politics stuff is just, like, it's all good if I'm reading an article, but I think watching politics videos, I'll probably still watch them, like, in my, you know, spare time or something like that, but I just don't think they're necessarily as response-worthy. You know, every once in a while, maybe, but I don't find them to be intellectually engaging enough, because a lot of them just tend to be like, here's the news, here's my opinion on it, maybe. There's not really a lot of, like, deep philosophical background. There's not, you know, and those are things that you can respond to. Those are things that you can, at the very least, say, like, okay, I think, you know, the grounding here was good. So, like, maybe I'll talk about that stuff, I suppose, sometimes when it comes up. But in general, I think I probably will, you know, not be doing that stuff anymore, especially these, like, big, giant, huge, long trigonometry type stuff, where it's like, you know, hour-plus conversations. I wouldn't mind having hour-plus long conversations with these people, but in terms of reacting to them, no, I think that's probably stupid. I think that's probably a losing battle. You know, like, it's just boring. It's just boring to watch. So there's no point. I think that's probably true. Now, the mine. The mine. Okay, let me go. 999, 999, 999, 99. I want to see how much they bump it. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I want to retain maintain some level of parity here. That's pretty good. But this does mean that the second I turn this game off, if I wanted to cheat and work gold, I couldn't do it. Because it would just take way too long. What is this? That's that. Pickaxe stats. It's not a bad... That's not a bad buy. Is there anything else I can buy with that? Oh, I think that's... Okay, yeah, that was the thing that was buying with uranium, which I want to save. So, where was the other thing? Oh, it was 50. That's hilarious. Hilarious. Awesome. Hilarious. Right on the corner. Right there, almost. Could have gotten it. Didn't. Big, giant, huge 50,000 bump, but just missed it. I love it. Whatever, though. It's okay. But yeah, so I think that does mean that in terms of like the stuff that I'm going to talk about, it probably should be focused on either more, you know, kind of like big ideas, philosophy type stuff, or, I mean, culture stuff, whatever. Again, that's going to be more like finding articles and stuff, which I don't mind. That's what we were doing. If I can make it more interesting, and we'll have to see how much of these things I can like transform into segments that are good, you know, that do well as YouTube videos. Because obviously if I'm spending all this like extra time streaming, which I'm happy to do, but if I'm spending all this time doing this, that does mean that, like, you know, just the straight up amount of time that I've got on my plate to do videos and things is going to be less. So I do kind of need to make sure that I can, you know, create some videos that are, you know, decent, you know, that are doing okay, while still streaming and making that interesting. Perhaps that means, you know, just becoming a better editor, which is not a bad move either, but still gonna take some time to get there. But yeah, so like, you know, talking about the cultural stuff, movies, TV, comics, blah, 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 video games, that's all cool, and that's good, and it is stuff I'm interested in, so I don't have any problem doing it. My issue is going to be staying away from the other stuff that like does kind of capture my attention, that's not really useful, which is the, what do we want to call it? What do we want to call it? Politics stuff. Yeah. It's just not super useful. Alright, definitely go for the blue stuff. By far. Focus on the blue guys. That's the good stuff. This is already getting, like I said, like almost nauseating to look at. There's too much stuff going on screen. So like if ever this was like a cozy stream, it ain't no more. I don't think so. You know? Alright, let's see if we can get some of the rest of these things. Alright, new scan. Double. 419298. Ooh, okay. So these numbers are specific enough that we can get them right away. That's good. 509 AC, so the lower numbers. Okay. 290871. New scan, first scan. One EOFA AC. It's you. Oh, I missed it. I think I screwed it up. I think I hit the wrong one. I bet I did. No, I did. Yeah, I did. That's okay. That's what I was looking at. That was the wrong thing I was looking at. Yeah. I got it now, though. Got that. All right, so 455138. New scan for scan. The E. Boink. 8. Nope. 93073. Ah, missed it. That's okay. We should be able to bump those pretty good, though. 5 million. Let's get all of these guys that we can get. Who else? 26. Where are we at? 97553. New scan. First scan. 97553. EE. Okay. And 19626. New scan. First scan. EE. That's good. 46788. New scan, first scan. There we go. Beautiful. So now we should just be able to upgrade the crap out of everything, right? We should be able to. This should hit everything. That should do it. That's good. Good. Yeah, we can finally afford that. It's no big deal. We can get you. Definitely get you. Pretty sure we can get you. For you. More value, yes. We can get more of you. Alright, what else? Okay. I feel like we've hit our limits. We have. Excellent. Did we? Okay, I was gonna say, I'm like, the red ones are the things that we want. I actually like doing these big, giant, huge jumps because it just so totally changes up the game. It makes the screens seem more interesting. Although I will say, dear God, this is like legit kind of hurting my eyes. Which is why I'm not going to play this game again, which is why I'm cheating the crap out of it. Yeah. I'm cheating the absolute crap out of this. So that I can not lose my mind. 55401. New scan, first scan. 11. Okay. Interesting. Painite. And what other stuff? We can upgrade you for sure. All of you. Oh, these guys. Okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah. Good. Now is this, I do wonder if this is gonna be like infinite. It's gonna go infinite somehow. I'm not sure. Because as of right now, it looks like we're kind of... Okay, there it is. You can now mine the big rock. That's the big boy. Uh-huh. 1 rock every 2 seconds. 1,000,000 of those. Okay, let's get this new stuff. Uh-huh. Forgeborn. It's okay. Let's check this guy. Okay, Crimson Sovereign. That looks cooler. This new guy. Okay. 2x power chance is the big bonus there. Let's check this guy. King's Companion. I know, I could just go right to the end. But I have to check them all. Oh, we don't know what it is. I think we know what it is. I think it's gonna be this like... I think it is gonna be this big rock thing. Doink. Okay. Now let's hit keep on mining. Just so we can see what the heck it looks like. Yeah, it looks like this. Dear God, seizure inducing. Not good. Not good at all. I mean, I guess it's really super insanely fast because we don't have a lot of, like we didn't use a lot of, what am I talking about? Level up points, talent points. We should have used a lot more, you know, we should have leveled up a lot more times before getting all these upgrades. Obviously, we didn't do that because I didn't want to do that. So, you know. It's okay, though. We're going to be finishing up. I'm going to be very happy to finish up. Upgrade. Let me check the talent. I was going to say, we should have like a ton, right? Gilded chest. That's pretty good. Explorer, yes, because I don't think we've gotten all of the things. Skill tree, we don't care about that. We are going to do that. 11 skill miners. Do we already have something like that? We do not. We have not totally locked down everything. Is this what I was looking at? No, artifacts. We're missing 2 artifacts. Kind of want to see what the heck this mine the big rock does. Doink. Huh. Alright, so we're mining the big rock, which basically means we're not doing anything. And I'm assuming... What is this supposed to be? Is it supposed to be like an idle game or something? I mean, I guess this is just like the straight up, hey, this is how it goes. Craft pickaxe? I guess? Oh. The diamond pickaxe. Okay, there we go. We finished it. Okay. I didn't think it would immediately kill it like that, but it did apparently. That's fine. Yeah. There's no way I would have been able to go further with that. It's so absurdly, insanely, disgustingly, like, I don't even want to say loud. It's like epileptic at the end. Yeah, that's bad. I mean, I don't know, it doesn't, I don't hate it, but it is like making me Ready to herb. Huh. You know what? All right, here's an article. All right. Last thing we'll do today is read an article. Keep on mining. I will keep on mining. Oh, no, I won't keep on mining. Never mind. We will exit. And then we will... Doot. Turn you off, turn you on. Blow me up a little bit. Not you. Move you over. Move me. Come on. There we go. All right. I can take these off too. That's nice. All right. We've got an article here from Reason Magazine by Emma Camp. Capitalism isn't why you're unhappy. Some young adults blame capitalism for just about everything, but it's only a convenient scapegoat. I definitely think that's true. Are you feeling sad, lonely, despondent about your life, anxious about politics, angry about the state of the world? The gurus and influencers and deep thinkers of the internet have identified the culprit, the reason, the overarching explanation for why everything, everywhere sucks all the time. We all know what it is. It's definitely capitalism, the default state of nature and man and humanity and all enterprise everywhere. The fact that some people have things, other people want them. The only way to deal with that is either through violence or capitalism, trade. Hey, I'd like that bread. I've got rocks. I kind of want a rock that's shaped like an axe. Do you think you could do something? Yeah, I can do that. I can nap that rock and the thing. Like, okay, well, you give me a rock shaped like an axe, I'll give you some of this bread. Because I got a lot of bread. I can make bread pretty easily. I can't do the rock thing. It always just split in half with me. Okay. Do you feel horrible? That's capitalism, baby, says the wildly popular mental health influencer Therapy Jeff in a TikTok with nearly 50,000 likes. Okay. It's TikTok, though. Is your self-worth based on who you are or what you do? If it's what you do and the value you create, that's internalized capitalism. I can't help but laugh just a little bit. I really can't. I can't help but laugh just a little bit there. If it's what you do and the value you create, so what you do is kind of important, you know? In no other sense than what you do is, what you do with your time. How do you want to spend your time? I'm spending my time doing this. Okay? If this creates zero value, then I shouldn't really feel great about it. Now, maybe there are things that I can say all right, well, hey, look, I've only been doing this for so long, I need time to get good at it. I'm practicing, I'm increasing my skills, and therefore in the future I'm making a bet that the value that I create will be, something. It will be some degree of something. But I just don't know if that's the case. All right, well, if I think about it in that sense, then the only thing I can think of is maybe it's internalized capitalism. I'm thinking of myself in terms of good things, not bad things. Well, I'm thinking of myself in terms of value. Yeah, of course you're thinking of yourself in terms of value. We just have good, heuristics for that in our brain. We can't help but look at the way the world is and say, okay, these things are valuable, these things aren't. even if that value is ascribed like totally arbitrarily, you know, like things that are pretty, like gold, is valuable because it's pretty. What's pretty? I don't know. We just like it. Obviously, there's like, you know, some degree of, okay, like it's status. It denotes status because it's a rare metal. It can be worked and it's, you know, it's pretty and therefore, you know, it beautifies someone. And that beautification, uh, you know, maybe it's just purely tied to status. But again, it's some degree of value is created in that enterprise, which is kind of cool and kind of good. And I like that. But it is something that is just natural. And trying to go against that, again, in the far future post scarcity society, where in which, you know, benevolent, omniscient, omnipotent AI overlords can run everything perfectly and all resources are infinite, then, okay, maybe then we need a new paradigm of value. But for right now, living in the real world means that, you know, having value judgments is probably not only necessary, but it's a good thing. In another video on the platform, two attractive 20-something women discuss how late-stage capitalism has affected their social lives and complain that there's a lack of public third spaces. The video was filmed in what appears to be a public park. In another video, this time with over 14,500 likes, a young woman declares that capitalism is the root of all evil. Before adding, I'm also a business owner, but fuck capitalism, right? Yeah. Online capitalism has become a shorthand for just about every disliked cultural trend, no matter how universal or eternal. Unrealistic beauty standards, capitalism. Monogamy, capitalism. People not wanting to give you a ride to the airport, capitalism. Capitalism gets conflated with everything from consumerism and government corruption to the concept of work itself. Online anti-capitalism is not so much a reaction against economic reality as it is a reaction against, well, reality, as I was saying. It's the all-purpose villain ruining everything that should be good about modern life. I think there are some aspects of, you know, these things that are not great, like the consumerism. It's empty. And I would say, like, my generation especially was brought up to believe it's empty. And therefore, that's why we don't really have as much of a consumerist mindset. Unless, like, you know, you were raised with, like, real deprivation and therefore getting material goods, like, feels like a real accomplishment. For me, it's nothing. For me, it's meaningless. And I think a lot of people feel the same way, which unfortunately blunts our ambition towards making money. You know, like, unless, you know, you end up like having some hard, terrible knock that, you know, beats you down and, you know, really forces you to understand the value of a dollar and, you know, what it takes to earn money and these types of things. Like, that stuff's just like hardwired into you. Hatred of capitalism has coincided with a boom in popularity for socialism and even communism. Ostensibly, it's a popularity for the idea of it, not necessarily the actual thing. Because again, the actual thing is like there is a real reality to socialism. Like, oh, hey, like government run grocery stores. Okay, do you like those? If you've never been in one, if you've never seen one, if you've never interacted with one, then yeah, I'd like the idea of it, right? Okay, but if you have actually touched it, if you put hands on it, then you can make an actual, judgment of the thing itself rather than just the idea. And we have not really had a lot of that. There's not been enough exposure of that to people for them to actually make good, reasoned, intelligent decisions on them. And that's going to change, it seems like. And hopefully, yeah, it's like a booster shot. And we go, oh, yeah, no, actually, that stuff sucks. So we're happy to not touch any of it ever again. But I understand the other side of it is also, there's just super popular capitalists that say that they love communism, and, you know, because they're super successful capitalists, they can put their message out to a lot of people. I think you know who I'm talking about. If you think you know who I'm talking about, leave a comment. In a recent Pew poll, only 40% of 18 to 29-year-olds had a positive view of capitalism, while 44% viewed socialism positively. In another poll, 34% of young people reported a favorable view of communism, which in Joseph Stalin's Soviet Union killed millions of people from famine alone. And I mean, you could be talking about Mao as well, but I guess no. Because, I mean, Joseph Stalin, I think technically the USSR is like, you know, the S was for socialism. I mean, obviously, yeah, it's basically the same thing. But, you know, if you're going to be talking about communism, talk about Mao. Mao's got the numbers. Mao's beating out Stalin, for sure. Millions and millions, not even close. This sort of thinking has already had real-world political consequences. In June, self-identified socialist Zoran Mamdani handily won New York City's Democratic mayoral primary, but, you know, we'll see what happens later. And we'll see what happens after that if he actually wins on a platform of state-run grocery stores and a rent freeze. Some polls now indicate he's the frontrunner for the city's top elected office, which, you know, not great, but also super not great for the Democrats. That's probably going to be, you know, a big bad news in the future. If he does end up winning, the DNC does not like it. It's going to get pounded out. It's hard not to read this shift as downstream of a real malaise among many Americans, especially young adults. Surveys consistently find that young people feel lost and forgotten. They're having a hard time finding jobs they like and friends they can count on. Young Americans frequently feel that the system simply isn't working, and so they blame that system for their fears, frustrations, and anxieties. But capitalism isn't the reason why you or anyone else is unhappy. Blaming capitalism is a fantasy, a rhetorical escape that allows people to shift the blame from their own choices to a powerful external force outside their control. I understand this, though. I do understand this because there is a larger system. There is a big, giant system outside of yourself that you don't have much control over, okay? And depending on where you are, you might not have any control over it. And if it's not, you know, helping you out, then it really is difficult to envision a world wherein which you can escape from that sort of like, you know, pervasive getting reamed and rammed all day, every day by, you know, the people in power over you. I understand that. I'm very happy to say that's not the result of capitalism. That's the result of the opposite of capitalism. It's not having a free market. It's having giant, huge, intrusive government that is just blowing up your ability to do anything freely, cheaply. The capitalist blame game is a social media friendly cover for a lack of personal meaning and social connection, a crutch for those who have not made their lives their own. By arguing that capitalism is the cause of your dissatisfaction, you deny your own agency. Your problems become both unsolvable and someone else's fault. And if your problems are intractable and insurmountable, you no longer have a duty to try to overcome them. This lack of agency is comforting, but only leads to more unhappiness in the long term. This is true. Even if there is a legitimate systemic bias against you, if there is, you know, chains holding you down, realistically, your only option is to persevere, try your best, do your hardest, do the thing that you possibly can to escape that, to better your situation, even if it's marginal, even if it is marginal, because at the very least, you then have the ability to say, even though I've barely made a dent, I tried and was able to try. And that is honestly very comforting at the end of the day. The solution is not to blame capitalism or any other shadowy conspiratorial force for your problems, but to accept that you're in the driver's seat of your own life. Capitalism versus fun? There's no way that you're going to tell me I'm going to work my whole life, says one 20-something travel influencer in a nearly manic viral video. I mean, if you're an influencer, you probably are going to be working your whole life. I'm going to sit behind a desk, I'm not going to say it, and work 9 to 5 each day of my life until retirement. You're kind of a 20-something travel influencer, so I'm imagining you're not doing that. There is no way that is what life is about. I want to have fun. Like, I actually want to have fun. And I don't understand why this is the norm and we're putting up with this. I mean, where's your stuff coming from? Like, this is something where I'm like, I understand the idea of, like, I just want to have fun. I just want to enjoy myself. I just want, you know, the dopamine rush to never stop. That's it. That's all I want. I get it. I will also say it's so naive. It's like, dude, you do understand that things require work to exist. Like, it's all cool if you don't want to do anything. You can do it. Like, you can do that. You can legit straight up go, no. I'm not working. I'm not doing these types of things. It's just that, you don't get what you think you get out of it. Like, you get homeless. You get deprivation and these types of things. And then just again, like, write that large at society. If everybody does nothing, nobody has anything, and you're in a horrible situation. And then, you're just, I mean, obviously then, it devolves into, the post-apocalyptic hellscape. But I mean, it just, like, when I hear these things, it just smacks of, like, either you're doing this for the grift, you're doing this to, make a viral video, or you just have literally not thought about anything ever in your life related to reality. In another popular video, a young woman films herself lip syncing from her cubicle with the caption, "When I tell my parents I'm sick of working and they say some dumb shit like, 'Welcome to adulthood,' or 'You're just getting started.' Like, bro, I genuinely have nightmares about having to work for the next 60 years. In the comments, it's actually very upsetting. I cry about this all the time. And, like, y'all knew how much it sucked, and y'all still had me have more than 2,000 and 1,000 likes, respectively." Yeah. In the discourse of internet, let me just check here. That's a woman. That's a woman. Just checking. That's a woman. That's a man. Okay, just checking. And this one. Yeah. In the discourse of internet anti-capitalism, this feeling that adulthood should somehow just be more fun comes up time and time again. It's often paired with a general aversion to having a standard 9-to-5 job at all, even one that pays well. So it's no wonder that many young people seem to share a politically left-leaning sense that just about anything is better than the American middle-class standard, whether that's Europe, communist Cuba, or even prehistoric hunter-gatherer tribes. Again, this is where I do think the non-serious intellectual pursuits of these people does come into question, where you're literally saying, like, prehistoric hunter-gatherer tribes, and I was like, okay, so you know those big words, but you don't know anything about prehistoric hunter-gatherer tribes? Like, you're done. You might remind one of these creators that Spain's youth unemployment rate is over 25%, that 10% of Cuba's population fled the country in 2022 to 2023, and that Stone Age life was no love fest. But you probably won't convince them to extol the virtues of free markets and the dramatic reduction in poverty wrought by global capitalism. Yes, that is true. That is legitimately true that, the vast majority of people that have been lifted out of poverty have done so on the backs of capitalism, okay? And that's because this kind of anti-capitalism is fundamentally an escapist fantasy. It's a form of utopian thinking that irrationally assumes capitalism is the only thing standing between you and a life without real problems. You can find utopian anti-capitalism on the far right as well. Instead of dreaming of a world without work or consumerism, right-wing trad bros fantasize about a past when women were financially dependent on men and immigrants didn't compete with native-born Americans for jobs. Is that anti-capitalism? I don't know if it's anti-capitalism to say non-citizens could compete with you. I don't know if that's I mean, like, to some degree of, libertarianism. I know some libertarians would absolutely disagree with me on this, but some agree with me. Like a Dave Smith agrees with me. On the left, though, a world without capitalism is often imagined as a world without responsibilities of any kind. This view is laid bare in one viral 18-second TikTok in which a young woman creates a mock dialogue between humans and capitalism. I'm guessing it's this one, but I'm not going to watch it. What do you dream of doing? Capitalism asks. To which humans reply that they really like just hanging out. For a punchline, an exasperated capitalism huffs, we can't exploit you off that. Pick something else. I mean, they definitely can. Yet a world in which everyone can just hang out instead of working is a totally unworkable plan for human. You're getting into the weeds now, man. Come on. A totally unworkable plan for human society? To believe capitalism is the only thing holding us back from endless leisure is to suggest that food and clothes can grow and sow themselves. Yeah. Come on, man. You're getting into details. You're getting into reality. Okay? Make a story. Make a story about something. And that you've forgotten that the automation we do have in those industries is itself an outgrowth of capitalist industrialization. It's the kind of magical thinking that, as one band of online communists made clear in an infamous 2020 Twitter thread, assumes that everyone in the commune gets to brew lattes and write poetry, while no one has to scrub latrines or dig ditches. Yeah, visit a commune. Everybody does that. The obvious problem with this utopian anti-workism is that work, especially of the grueling and miserable kind, has always been a part of human life. Capitalist exploitation is not the only reason why human beings engage in labor. In fact, it is only in the modern capitalist world that any significant portion of the population has labored with their minds rather than their bodies. Under every economic arrangement, in every point in history, human beings have had to earn their keep, whether that's in an office, in the fields, or in the home. The only people who could be convincingly described as living in comfort while not working are the absurdly wealthy, and leftists presumably believe that no one should be that rich unless it's them. The purpose problem. It's easy to call these utopian anti-capitalists lazy, and there are some laziness, and there may be some laziness there, especially in the more extreme fringes on the online anti-work movement. But what's going on here is less an abundance of laziness than a lack of something to make work seem worth it. It's a lack of meaning, of purpose. Agreed. It's also a lack of the ability to reasonably see a way out of working with no real reward. And a lot of this has to do with, inflation, taxes, which are, largely government problems in terms of they're caused by government. And those things basically mean that, we can't, can you save money anymore? You can save money kind of, but it used to be that a savings account made money. You got interest on it. So you could say, yeah, you know what? I'm going to put 10% of every paycheck into a savings account and I'll get some interest on it and that'll make me rich down the line. It'll allow me to buy a house, which grows my wealth and my property and my holdings and all of that type of stuff. And then I can have a family and a wife and kids and all of these wonderful things that give my life more meaning and purpose than simply trying to, make a number go up in my checking account. But a lot of that has been blown up by government mismanagement and other things. Part of this comes down to the assumption that your job will be a major source of meaning and fulfillment in your life. What Atlantic writer Derek Thompson calls workism. In one 2023 survey, 88% of parents believed it is very important for their kids to have a career they enjoy, which is 21% said it is very important that their kids get married. A similar proportion thought it's very important that their kids have children of their own. And only around half placed the same importance on getting married. But according to the University of Virginia sociologist Brad Wilcox, being very satisfied with your job increases your chances of being very happy with your life by 145%. Being very unhappy in your marriage increases your chances of general happiness by a staggering 545%. The gulf isn't exactly surprising. Most jobs, even most elite college level jobs, are not particularly interesting or intrinsically fulfilling. Even the best jobs, perhaps including the one that allows me to write this essay, adorable, aren't likely to provide the sense of contentment and joy that a good marriage does. The message that you can reliably expect happiness and meaning from your job sets young people up for disappointment. Very true. And a huge failing of both the education system and just the culture in general. And the super unfortunate part about it is it's so difficult to deprogram this. It's so insanely difficult to deprogram this out of people, myself included. The message that you can reliably blah, 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 blah. The message that you can reliably expect happiness and meaning from your job sets young people up for disappointment and incentivizes them to deprioritize the interpersonal connections that are much more likely to lead to fulfillment. It's no secret that young Americans are delaying family formation. Lyman Stone, a researcher at the Institute for Family Studies, has argued that under present trends, 1 in 3 young people who are 19 or 20 today will have not married by 45. Around the same percentage of Gen Zers and millennials say they neither have nor want kids. And young people aren't replacing family responsibilities with rich friendships. A 2023 poll found that 1 in 4 Americans aged 18 to 29 reported experiencing loneliness the day prior, 7 percentage points higher than the adult average. Okay, it's not super significantly statistically significant, but it's there. In-person socializing is plummeting too. America is in a party deficit, Atlantic writer Ellen Cushing put in an article aptly titled, "Americans Need to Party More." Only 4.1% of Americans attended or hosted a social event on an average weekend or holiday in 2023, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. This is a 35% decrease since 2004, she wrote. Compared with just a few decades ago, we're in a world where the median 20-something has fewer reasons to leave their house, fewer parties to go to, fewer friends, and fewer opportunities to meet a romantic partner. In such a world, no wonder so many young people are looking to their jobs to make them happy and feeling cheated when they don't. Sometimes, internet anti-capitalists identify workism as a problem, but they blame it on the economic system that makes their work possible, not an optional social attitude toward work. The rise of workism is best explained not by capitalism, but by a decline in social connections outside of work. When your job feels tedious or physically taxing, knowing that there's someone you're doing it all for will inherently add meaning to the monotony. Yes, very true. I can say this with absolute certainty. I had a terrible job. The last real job that I had was horrible, right? And the reason why I ended up quitting was because I was like, you know what? I'm making good money at this, but I'm not even spending it. I'm not doing anything with it. I'm literally just putting it in the bank. I'm paying rent, buying cheap groceries, and that's it. It's just sitting there. It's doing nothing. It gives me no pleasure to have it. I'm not going on vacations. I'm not spending it on anything cool. Even if I did spend it on something cool, I think I'd be wasting it. If this was for my wife, for my kids, for something like that, I'd go, you know what? At the very least, I can say that I'm busting my hump, going in, working 80, 90 hours a week at a job I don't really like because I've got something more important that I'm paying for with it. My time actually now has meaning, as opposed to money, which is like meaningless to me. It helps to feel like you're working for something other than yourself, whether that's to support a family or a spouse, or even to fund outings with friends. It's not going to be as much, but it's there, I guess. It is a fact of life that we must work, but you're unlikely to be happy if you don't have anything going on when you clock out. Conversely, having something going on in your life besides your job also staves off the worst kinds of workaholism. If you find a meaning through your friends, family, or religious community, working yourself ragged for that promotion or following a prestigious career path you hate feels less crucial for maintaining your self-worth. I do think the internet anti-capitalists are right about one thing. Compared to what came before, societies with freer markets tend to rely more on merit-based distribution of social advancement. Where you end up in life is imperfectly downstream of your own choices and talents. I want to stress imperfectly. Of course, all kinds of unfair inequalities exist that lead individuals to be born with radically different opportunities. The good news is that never before in human history has a person born into poverty had more opportunity to escape it. It's the essence of the American dream that no matter the circumstances of your birth, anyone can make it big with enough determination and talent. At the same time, in the grand sweep of human history, never before have those born into wealth had to fight harder to keep their privileges. I don't know if I'd agree with that. Not sure if I'd agree with that. Yeah, definitely not sure I'd agree with that. I think generally the American experience has always been if you make it big, you can lose it big very quickly too, within like one generation, 2 generations, and therefore there's a lot of mobility both up and down. As opposed to perhaps the more aristocratic-minded places, which even though you can rise very quickly, you can also fall relatively quickly, but there's a lot more buffer area. That's true, but I don't know if I'm not sure if right now it's the hardest time for wealthy people to keep their privileges. I'm not sure about that. I press X to doubt. Just because these opportunities for advancement exist does not mean that enough people are taking them or that economic mobility is on some forever upward march. But that may be part of the problem. So much agency is destabilizing. It's a tremendous responsibility. It's also the source of tremendous shame, especially for the downwardly mobile children of the upper middle class, who seem most likely to adopt this resentment-driven, muddled anti-capitalism. That's true. If you failed to achieve your dreams, if your adult life is boring and predictable, especially if you grew up in economic privileges, your own choices are at least partially responsible. And that stings. But facing your own inadequacy or lack of motivation is extremely difficult. Blaming an amorphous supposed social evil is much easier. True. Many anti-capitalists will bristle at this framing. Capitalism, they'll argue, really is that big and monstrous. It's a system that's tilted toward the rich and powerful, that compels people to work in horrible, exploitative jobs, that keeps people from being able to afford a home or healthcare. No. Yeah. She's gonna mention it. I'll let her do it. I've already mentioned it, but I'll let her do it. Most of these complaints come down to confusing the state of American politics with capitalism. Crony capitalism isn't free markets. I don't even like the inclusion of the word capitalism in there. Call it corporatism. Neither is the overregulation that makes housing and healthcare much more expensive than they would be in a true free market system. True. But internet anti-capitalists rarely make cogent economic arguments. If they did, they'd be doing better, and therefore they wouldn't be anti-capitalists. What they're suffering from is not the competitive economic individualism of capitalism, but a kind of interpersonal hyper-individualism. The cynical complacency they're sensing is not about monetary resources, but emotional resources. The fantasy of internet anti-capitalists is much sadder than it seems on its face. It is essentially a fantasy of being happy, of liking your job, of having friends to hang out with after work, or maybe even having a partner to come home to at night. Capitalism is not what keeps people from obtaining these goods. Working for money rather than living on a utopian commune does not keep you from finding a community. Capitalism doesn't stop you from volunteering after work or attending a religious service or asking out that nice girl across the bar. It also doesn't stop you from saying yes to that party invite with a suggestion that you join the local adult kickball league, which is insane, and I won't comment on it in this video because it's already running long, but kickball, I mean, come on. What does keep people from finding community and joy? All for sports, but not kickball. Bad luck, of course, but also risk aversion and fear of rejection. Building a fulfilling life requires effort and risk. It's hard to show up to a party where you don't know anyone. It can be awkward to make small talk with strangers, or make videos on the internet, or start a new hobby. Adult sports leagues and run clubs and church groups are usually pretty dorky. It's easier to blame your isolation, your brittle relationships, your romantic difficulties on a shadowy force beyond your control. Coming to terms with your own agency, with the choices afforded you by our big, beautiful modern world, that's the hard part. Yes, I agree with pretty much everything that is being said here. I will also say that I think blaming everything on this big, crazy, shadowy force beyond your control is also immediately kind of fun and gratifying, because then the place that I'm in is not my fault. But it does also mean that you are now working under this specter of total, absolute hopelessness, total despair. There's nothing that can get you out of this, even if you were to go, you know what? Maybe this is all my fault. Maybe this is all my fault, and I did all these types of things, and you recognize all of the faults in your own behavior, and you do that hard, painful work. Well, it doesn't actually even matter, no, because now I still believe in this big, giant, shadowy force, and that means I'm totally screwed, even though I've done all this work and really faced a lot of pain in doing that work. I'm still screwed. So I think in the long term, it's probably like mentally better to just go, no, you know what? That shadowy force doesn't exist. Even if it did, it's probably smarter to pretend that it doesn't. Anyway, with that, thank you very much for your time and attention. Good luck in all your endeavors. I'll say farewell for now.